Board meeting. Today is August 21st. It's 6 p.m. and I'm calling the meeting to order. Do I need to? Again? Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yeah, I got my list. So welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us tonight. Just a reminder, please turn off your cell phones. If you need to have conversation, please step outside and a little far away from the window because we can kind of hear you when you're talking out there. If you'd like to speak on any of the agenda items or during public comment, there are cards in the red box. Please grab one. If it's for a specific item, once that item is called, no additional cards will be accepted. We don't have a huge crowd, so I don't see why we can't do 3 minutes tonight for public comment. That shouldn't be a problem. And please remember that's like public comment is your statements. It's not really a back and forth, but if there are things that can be addressed, we are happy to do that afterward. And we just ask that everybody be respectful to one another. Also, if you can't make it on any given night, you can always join via Zoom. Please visit our website, indiantrail.com. Not only does it have that information, but pretty much everything you need to know about the district, all the facts. And in light of some of the things that have been said, we do encourage everybody to please go to the website for any information that you have. And that's where you're going to get the correct information from. Public comment cards, as I said, they're up in the red box, and Patty will be taking care of that. And all the meeting dates for the coming year have been advertised, and we'll be discussing that later on. And obviously the meetings are all recorded and public record. And with that, I will ask my colleagues to give their welcoming remarks. Oh, roll call. I'm sorry. Blah, blah, blah. Let's do roll call, starting with Miss Gina. Gina Stevens.
Frank Palin.
Jay Foy. Keith Giordano.
Elizabeth Accomando.
Patricia Farrell.
Betty Argue.
Bob Robinson.
Burgess Hanson. I believe Mr. Johnson is on his way. He did confirm he would be here. And then also have Miss Scarlett Cantley on Zoom, along with your legal representation for labor, Miss Laura Donlin. And then we should also have Miss Mary Viator as well. And there's Mr. Johnson.
Welcome, Michael. Nice to see you.
Raquel McIntosh.
Michael Peterson.
Kenny Lawrence.
Okay. All right. Supervisors, well, any welcoming remarks? Sorry to put you on the spot, Michael. You just sat down, but
No, welcome everyone. Say congratulations, Keith, making it out of round 2 in the election.
Yeah, thank you.
Good.
Yeah, it's
microphone.
as Michael was saying, I want to first of all, thank everybody for being here tonight. Thank everybody that participated in one of our pleasures that people died for to give us a right to vote. So I appreciate everybody that did come out and vote. I did make it through to the second round. I'd like to say too that I want to commend all the candidates that threw their names in on thing. This is a very more difficult job than you think. So I want to thank everybody that did run. Gain more respect for some of the candidates that worked together, even though we were opposed to each other. Unfortunately, we also had a candidate that didn't follow the rules. So there's always a bad apple in every basket. But thanks everybody for voting and everybody for being here. And let's have a good meeting. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. And that's all I got for today.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. I want to thank staff for the past, I don't know, I guess it's been 2 months now since our last meeting, or a month and a half, something like that. It's been a busy time, and you guys, I know, have been burning the midnight oil on a lot of different issues, and our community right now is faced with a lot of challenges. And it's all of our jobs to get the message out to the rest of the community about those challenges, and to try to get them to engage. Just today, I saw two rather upsetting advertisements for developments that are happening outside our community. One of them being Jonathan Dickinson Park, which is an FDEP project. And I urge everyone to please look it up on Facebook. There is a petition against it. There are some public meetings coming up. And it's just really upsetting that we're just being paved over in every which way. I know that people are complaining a lot about traffic and not having the infrastructure in place. And it's not going to get better with more development. So having said that, there's a lot of things on the agenda that are important to our community as well. And again, I urge the community to please, you can call any one of the board members and talk to them about the items that are on here to understand the challenges that the district is facing. If you can't attend meetings, then please, there's videos available, there's minutes, there's the board members available, there's staff available, and we're here to talk to you and help you understand how the district runs, and what our authority is and what it isn't, and all the different things that go with it. So onward and upward. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so let's get going, and we've got item number 5, agenda approval. Are there any additions, substitutions, or deletions?
Through the
No
chair,
chair.
if I may.
Yeah, I rescind.
Yeah, I would just, would like to address the, special permit for the culvert crossing at Carroll Street and, 60th Street, in the front part of the meeting, if I could. even before
Absolutely.
Presentations.
Absolutely.
Through the chair.
Mhm.
I'm not sure, you might have a reason for having done this, but I know sometimes the fire chief has to leave, and also the PVSO lieutenant. Is there any way that we can make them first so they're not having to sit through things if they do need to leave? Well,
We are doing that first. And
well,
then
on my
before we-
agenda, it shows the medical, dental, and.
Oh, I
ERP
see what you're
update.
saying.
So I just, rather than having them wait unless they want to sit through that, if they're here, I would rather see them go first so they can go on to the rest of their business.
Okay, so you want to move 6-3 to 6-1, 6-4 to 6-2,
Yeah,
6-1 to 6-3,
I would just,
6-2 to 4.
yeah, I would just say move 6-3 and 6-4 before 6-1 and 6-2.
Okay, that's fine.
And then
And then we're gonna have Mr. Hanson, 6-5.
Or he wants to actually go first.
right away.
Yeah, I
Wanna
would
go
like to. go
prior to
even be-
presentations. Absolutely. I appreciate that. I absolutely agree. So technically you would be 6-1.
I make a motion to accept the agenda approval, addition, deletions, and substitutions. That's
Second.
indicated.
Okay. Do we need public comment for agenda approval? No, right? Move to see this.
Well,
approval.
people,
Well, we're gonna have.
Yeah.
Right, so there'll be. Okay, so we can call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
I see that it passes 5-0. Okay, with that, I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Hanson.
Thank you. I just want to make sure, Ms. Viator, are you now on Zoom? Because I just saw someone was added. Yeah, that's right. Okay, I wanted to make sure. Okay. So as you all know, at the last board meeting, staff was given direction to come up with a special permit regarding the culvert crossing at 60th Street North and Carroll Street which is property owned by us. And it has been a real back and forth with GL Homes. We've had a few revisions. We're at the final stage of it. But there is one area, well, there's two areas, but I think the one area, and I'll start with that, we have addressed, legal has addressed, so I really don't think it's outside what your board direction was. And that is that GL Homes has asked for assignability within GL Homes. They don't necessarily want it to go under what the original permittee was, which is your Palms West Development or something associates. They actually created a new LLC, Limited Liability Corporation, on July 10th, I believe, of this year, which is called IT Roads LLC. They wanted to put this particular permit under that. We're not going to allow assignability, and legal can give you more comfort in that outside of the GL Homes umbrella. So for instance, they could not assign it to another corporation that is not within that umbrella. So that's the first thing. So I don't think that's really an issue now. It falls within staff's comfort level of the authority. So that the board gave us to do this. The second one, which is a little different, is dealing with the conditions. So one of the conditions that the board gave at that meeting was very clear about land use and zoning. You know, if there were any changes in certain radius or area, I forget the exact language Frank used, of land use, the board could bring it back for consideration, but we would also contact and talk with GL Homes, but they would not have any type of authority or veto power to say, oh, we're overriding a governmental entity. So GL, I think, has reservations about that and really wanted it to be that plus a traffic count. And that's not what the board directed. So if the board wants to keep the conditions the way they were originally directed, then we can execute the permit. Whether or not GL will accept will be another question. But again, if you want to change the conditions, then you would have to make a motion, open it to public, all of that.
Can you go into detail about what that condition is for everybody?
Well, I'll let Mr. Palin, because he actually has language over there. So I will let him.
The special condition number 12 on the permit.
Through the chair, I'm sorry, do we have a
Yeah.
copy of the permit somewhere? Because I don't have an updated copy.
I'm sure I don't.
Yeah, I don't think we don't have it in the agenda because we were working on this up till 2:30 today with I had a meeting with Larry at 1:30 and then I had to reconvene with Mr. Foy and Mr. Palin and Ms.
Probably not, right?
Is it possible that we could distribute a copy to? the
Yeah,
board?
yeah,
'Cause
sure.
I saw one of the copy or two of the copies that were in draft form, and I would like to see it.
Yeah, I'm
Or-
gonna also
or-
try to put it up on one of the screens. That TV got hit by lightning or something. It's not working.
Okay, that's the permit. That's it, I think. That's an extract. We don't have to print the whole permit.
No.
The principal discussion has been over the special conditions. There are a number of conditions in our standard format for a permit that really are technical. I don't think we have to necessarily reproduce that, but it's the special condition that applies to get my language back here. It would be special condition number 12, which is a long condition because it had a number of definitions to explain the terms that we drafted to basically address the issue of when the culvert's going to go in. The question is then, under what circumstances should the board re-examine the impacts of the installation of the culvert? And the condition was originally drafted and that there would be at least 3 different circumstances that would generate a need to, or an opportunity to reconsider the impacts of the culvert, traffic from the culvert. One of those would be if there's a material change in land use within an area, essentially, depending on what direction you're going, 2 miles to 1.5 miles from the canal crossing itself. So basically, all of that area to the west and to the south, down to the tieback canal. Now that's one surface. The land, so the board had asked us to include material change in land use in any of that area as an opportunity to reconsider what the implications might be for the system, because in a way, this is a I don't want to say an experiment, but it's essentially, it's a test to see an opportunity is being created to restore the flow of traffic through that area. The second condition or term or circumstance in which there be a re-examined if there's a substantial increase in motor vehicle traffic over the culvert. So it's not just the fact that there's land use changes in the area that may have implications that the board be concerned about, but also if there's an actual substantial increase in the traffic across the culvert, which has implications for the roadway system of the district. And then the third circumstance would be if there's some sort of functional or structural failure of at any time in the future of the culvert and the culvert crossing. So you have those 3 options. In the back and forth with GL Homes, they did not favor the district having the opportunity to reconsider simply based on changes in land use. They argued that it should be, because their argument is that land uses don't necessarily directly affect traffic. It's a technical change in the land, which may never happen. We never know if a project is actually going to be built. But so what they were arguing for was that there only be 2 options for a reconsideration: a substantial change in land use that results in a traffic increase, substantial traffic increase, which is defined as doubling, basically a doubling. There'd be a time period in which the traffic would be monitored by the district, establish a baseline over a 1-year period following installation. So from installation for a year, the district will monitor, do traffic counts. And then at the end of that year, we would establish a baseline. And then from that point forward, as traffic increases, it'll be monitored. And when it reaches doubling from the base, then the district would have opportunity to reconsider the installation of and the function of the crossing. There's no requirement that the district take a particular action. I mean, the board at that time, whenever this occurs, would have the option to come up with its own solution. You know, things change, who knows what the future might hold, but there certainly would be an opportunity. So the condition of the existing permit that you see reflects what GL Homes was arguing for.
Which is 100% increase.
Yeah, basically traffic, that the key factor from their perspective was traffic impact, not land use change.
Right.
But it's a simple matter, if that's the board's direction, I mean, to clarify what your direction is, to restore. We had already drafted a condition that basically said there's going to be 3 options: land use change, traffic increase, or structural failure.
Through the chair. First thing is, Could we ask Mr. Colantoni to step outside to have this conversation? Because I'm hearing that and it's really hard to hear Frank.
Where is he?
Who's in the back?
Which is, oh, he's speaking. with dog.
So the other thing is, and I saw this in the draft. The discussion that we had and the condition that I think we put forward was land use and zoning, not just land use. Land use doesn't create units, zoning does, and it increases the density and intensity.
There's a definition section, which you have there, I defined land use. To me, not just changes in the comprehensive plan, but land use is defined as, hold on,
Designated density or
The fu-
intensity of development.
everything under the sun, as far as I'm concerned.
right.
Designated anything which may include but not be limited to future land use designations, zoning, conditional uses, or any development order, which is a broad term that the county uses for building permits. Anything is down to a building permit is a development order. So anything that falls into that broad definition is a land use change.
Okay, so the reason why that concerns me is because a developer can go in, they can get a land use and they can sit on it for a long time. There's no change in impact. When they go for a zoning application, that's when they have to do a traffic study. And I think by statute, cannot rely on that road because it's not a county road. So it wouldn't be included in a traffic study. So I agree that a traffic count, getting a baseline where we are now, and having a change, but I thought it was 50% that we.
Oh, it was.
We set it at 50%. They asked for 100%.
So what are we proposing right now?
The current draft is 100%,
That's
which
what
is
they
basically
came back
doubling the traffic from the base.
So, again, I want to reiterate the reason why I support this, and I think our discussion was very clear. This is an agricultural crossing. If you have land use and zoning changes in the area that increases traffic, it's going to be a gradual thing that happens if we're waiting until there's an actual impact. And by the point that there's already an actual impact, it's then going to take time to review it. I really think that it should be when there's a land use and zoning change, that's when we're reviewing this agricultural crossing, not at a later date. Having the traffic counts is good. We need to know what those counts are, but waiting until it's increased by 100% when the development has already been approved and we haven't reviewed this and discussed this, that's not what my intent was. What my intent was that if there's a land use zoning application on the table, that we make it very clear, this is an agricultural crossing. And at that time, we may have to have some discussions. Maybe Santa Rosa Groves, the community says the developer that is proposing this change is willing to do X, Y, and Z, and we're willing to accept those changes with an upgrade in addition. I don't know, but we don't know until we cross that basis. But I don't want to wait until the county's already changed land use and zoning, created the impact, and it's not until we get to a certain count that now we can say we're pulling this out. That is a problem to me. That's not what the intent was when I asked for that condition. So I understand what you guys are trying to do. You're trying to come up with something to measure. But I think that there has to be a way, if there is a land use and zoning application in the area, when you have a traffic study, to actually look at, our traffic engineers are pretty smart guys, and they've disagreed with GL's engineers in the past. And I think they can make a determination about whether or not there is going to be a material impact and what that impact is going to be, so that the board can be informed at the time that there's actually a land use and zoning application being considered by the county that will impact us. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so that's what I supported.
Through the chair. Is that not what it states in the item 4, the last says, Such designation may include, but is not limited to, the property's future land use designation, zoning, conditional use, or other development order. So is that basically covering that basis of what she's requesting?
No, I think the issue is, regardless of the traffic, that's just a definition of what land use might entail,
Right.
which includes comprehensive plan amendments, which is what, Supervisor Argue is discussing. The draft, we separated the land use from the traffic impact.
Right.
They wanted traffic impacts only, really. They wanted a land use that affects traffic, and then the traffic would have to double before the board would get have a discussion about what the impacts are on the district's interest. And what Supervisor Argue is saying is there really should be separate. I don't think there's any problem. I mean, I personally would say that the district shouldn't necessarily ignore traffic impacts, but that would just create another opportunity to reconsider. So we can still establish the base and we can do the traffic monitoring, but whenever there's the land use change, which would come by at the moment, Palm Beach County, the way I drafted it was it's Palm Beach County or any other government that might in this area, considering the possibility of future annexations by municipalities into this area, that if they change their land use, not just Palm Beach County changing their land use, that would create an opportunity for the district to reconsider the existence of the crossing.
Through the chair, to working along those lines, try to bring some type of completion to try to get if this is what the board wants to put in the culvert as a ag crossing. Mr. Foy, could we look at putting Mr. Palin or Ms. Viator on Zoom? Could we put something in the section about land use that if the traffic modeling projects a certain amount, it triggers something, and maybe we could take that back to GL Homes to see? Or I don't know if that's what you were looking for.
I think the point that I was really trying to make, because a developer is not required to model traffic on our roads, even though, as we know, it impacts our roads. So we have to be very clear if we're going to make it, the traffic modeling that it's, something that we've modeled or that we require somebody to do. I think we need to know when there is an application, what that impact is going to be, and that we consider it at the time of the application, not 10 years later or 5 years later when the development's already happened. So I don't know how you can do that and how you can word it, but that was the intent of that condition.
Take over from Jay for a second. I don't think the modeling is really necessary. As long as there's a land use change, then that would create an opportunity for the board to consider. Whatever package of information is going to be generated by a developer to get a local government, either the county or a municipality, to change its comprehensive plan, that by itself that information should be made available to the district to consider what the district's interests are and how the district should respond. The board in the future may decide that whatever information is provided is not sufficiently threatening to the district's interest to do anything. There may be no need to take any action to restrict traffic using the crossing. I think that's what we're talking about. So I would just suggest that the opportunity would be there to have the three options: either a land use change broadly defined, or a substantial increase traffic to 50%, or a structural failure of the culvert. And any one of those opportunities.
Any one of those three, not just one or the other.
Right, and any one of the three would create an opportunity to think about what the district, whatever the board at that, maybe 10 years from now, who knows, 5 years from now, what your interest would be at that point.
Through the chair, again, I'm not here on behalf of GL Homes. Mr. Portland cannot be here tonight, but in our discussions, just not today, but even in past discussions, that with that land use language, it will be a no-go for them to do it. So I'm just making that so you have all the information tonight. I will take it back and we will execute the permit and send it to them, but they may not move forward with it.
Through the chair. So again, what we were supporting was an agricultural crossing, the fact that GL, after the fact, because he was here at that meeting when we had that discussion. So if they're now changing or they're trying to renegotiate what the board's conditions were that we directed, I don't feel bad about that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I can't, and I made it very clear that I will not support giving up our rights and ability to do that. So I think we made it clear what the conditions were supposed to be for, why they're there. If they're really trying to give a gift, then what happens surrounding them and after they walk away and they wash their hands of it should mean nothing, right? Unless there really is something else. So I stand with what I've already said and what I already supported. And I hope that the Santa Rosa Groves residents understand that position, because we cannot just go off and have developers telling us and dictating to us what the terms are when we already made that. And I think that staff went as far as you could outside of the directions from the board. But you know, I'm here to tell you right now that enough, right? I think we made it clear what we wanted and what we were supporting and why we were supporting it. And that's not changing. So that's how I feel. Sorry, Keith.
That's okay. I was
Go ahead.
actually gonna agree with you.
Wow.
I
Mr.
was,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay.
That was it? Oh, okay, go ahead.
Okay. I agree with you, Patty, but the thing that I think we're all here because we represent our constituents. And my question is, I want that culvert in. I don't want, we had an agreement. I thought it was gonna do. People are asking me, when is it gonna be put in? When is the permit gonna be done? Now it's like the can's being kicked down the road and the negotiations are changing.
Not by us.
Not by us, no, but I want some kind of commitment to these residents that they're gonna get their culvert, the road's gonna be opened up again, but we're not gonna back down and just let anybody do what they want to us, but the bottom line is we need to get the culvert in, but we don't wanna give up our rights neither.
So we have to finish this process first.
Yeah.
Mr. Foy,
Because I was specifically asked about the conditions.
yes, thank you.
The condition about doing traffic studies, et cetera, it becomes too complicated and convoluted to build that into a permit. So I'm not going to say anything new. We have already written up and given the permit in both forms to GL Homes. And as Mr. Hanson said, we can distribute it in whatever form you want tonight. And if that's the three conditions, they don't have to do anything with it. And on the other hand, if they do put the culvert in, when those conditions are met, you don't have to change it either. So this is not a do or die type thing. I don't see why personally that they won't accept it. Why would you not do what you have promised to do because of a reevaluation? This is not saying you're going to take the culvert out, which they, by the way, said they don't care if it's there or not. They've made that very
Right.
specific. So I'm saying everything that's already been said. So that I only responded because I was asked about the traffic.
Thank you. So, okay, so at this point, I think it's pretty clear. Right? So we're not gonna, the 100%, so that wasn't in the original motion.
No.
We had one option. Now we're looking at 3 triggers, right?
But
Either ors.
Right, either or. So do we need now a motion to admit? No, we don't. We're good to go just the way we were. This is what I want to clarify.
through the chair,
Mhm.
because when staff was interchanging conversation with the board that night, one of the things I said is I would like to see some quantifiable measure there in addition to what Ms. argues
And-
about
and-
the land use zoning, et cetera.
And this new corporation, we're not, that's,
I mean, Mr. Palin and I spoke, but
You know, I verified it. It's another
it is.
subsidiary of GL Homes.
Their name is right on the filing document, so they can say that.
And
It's
the,
not an
uh,
outside entity.
the-
I don't love the name.
the permit already says that they could assign their maintenance.
Right, to
responsibilities
CD. First it was
another
CDD and then
subsidiary.
it was,
Right.
yeah. Okay.
This, just for the record, the sticking point for me with that is they submitted the permit under a different LLC. And,
Right.
and they signed under that, and under this LLC. Mr. Portnoy, who signed the permit, is not necessarily one of the signatories, at least at this point. That could have changed, because I didn't look today, but.
I looked
yeah.
yesterday and
Yeah,
it is
yeah,
not. There's
so-
only a registered agent. So now this registered agent is gonna have to be the one signing off on the permit because he's the only one with any authority in
Yeah.
this new corporation.
Through the chair.
Yeah.
And I think, so just correct me, the new amended version is not assignable because we don't normally have an assignability in our permits, do we?
Not without board approval. I'm sorry. It says you have to have board approval to do that.
Okay, I want, it says that in there?
In a standard permit, this has been
Okay,
changed.
so that needs to be put in there. I don't know why we would be taking that out. It needs to be board approval.
Well, we're not taking it out. It's just that
It was,
changed.
when it was to the CDD, it made sense, but
Right.
this is,
GL Homes is a great, big, complicated company with lots of subsidiary entities that they create. It's all GL Homes. And as long as the entity technically, it's just going to be another division of GL Homes, even though they created a separate entity to apparently for this particular project. For whatever reason.
I
they
understand the
Liability.
reason what they did, or, it seems apparent that they're trying to limit their liability with respect to the culvert, and that's great. And I did research that they've done that with other ones. However, I don't think that it should be assignable to anyone, because at any time that entity, that LLC, because now there's no other interest in that, be very easy to transfer that to somebody else. And I'm not going on a word that, well, that's not what our intention is. I think we need to have it in there that any changes to the permittee, that name needs to be with board approval, period, dot.
That's not a problem.
Okay.
Give it a chance. So do we have a timeline when this might get started for these people?
Oh, that was
Pipes are
another
already
thing.
out
Thank you
there.
for bringing that up, because it says the permit is 2 years with an extension of 2 years, yet we were promised it was going to be done like as soon as we're done.
right.
So I don't
That's-
want that length of time in the permit either.
Yeah, that's just our standard language for special permits. So I believe that if they were to accept the permit, they're probably ready to go within a month.
The pipes are
But
already out
I,
there.
but I
No,
have to
but-
first
But
make
right,
sure they're even going. We will send them the permit, but whether or not they'll execute on their side, I will find out tomorrow when I talk to Mr. Portnoy. Because we will send it in the morning. We'll
Okay,
get the board president as the signatories on this one, so we will make sure everything that you have stated tonight, which is basically what was in there anyway.
that's what we
Well,
corrected in the
yeah,
first
Right.
Yeah,
place.
so.
Right, and I do think that the baseline traffic count, I think that was a great idea that you guys came up with that, because we don't know what
Right.
we've never had any reason to do a count. So I think having that baseline is important. And monitoring that,
Yeah.
just like we do throughout the rest of the district, is important. So. Okay, great.
And that's simple. We don't need any direction. We don't need any consensus then.
beautiful.
Well,
Okay.
but we
So-
did give direction the last time, so I
So
think we
we're-
should
we're-
have consensus today or another vote that
Uh,
we agree to those changes, because that's different than,
It,
or,
I don't believe it is, because it's within the same framework.
It's
of
been the
the
same
original-
framework.
Okay.
Yeah.
As
all right.
long as it's board
Do we want-
consensus on the
Let
direction.
them Speak now so they can. It's, yeah.
But just to
So
clarify,
instead
you
of-
don't,
So,
I'm sorry, does the board have any concern about the request to list IT, whatever it's called, roads?
I've already had, we've had that conversation, how I feel about that, so.
Is that a yes or no?
I'm gonna keep my opinion to myself right now, so
Well,
let the board,
let's just, I'm sorry, through the chair, let's just go ahead and have them. If you guys want to do a motion, that way it's clear, or unless you think differently, Mr. Palin or Mr.
That's
Ford.
fine.
Through the
Of course.
chair,
yes.
I'm sorry.
Hi, Scarlett.
Hi. Mary Viator is trying to signal that she wants to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry, I haven't been looking at.
She
the
has to
screen.
turn her microphone on.
Hello,
She's on
this
mute.
is Mary Viator. Can you
Hey,
hear me
Mary.
now?
We
I
can.
apologize. Problems with the muting. I don't have any further comments. I was just trying to get into it to be able to participate. The only comment I have is there is a provision, and it's always been noted, and Frank, correct me if I'm wrong, but it will be assigned to the CDD for the maintenance portion later. The
Through the
permit.
chair.
Yeah.
When you say it's always been in there, Mary, it's always been in there since you guys have been working with GL, which was after board direction. That was not something that was discussed with the board because we didn't have a permit at the time that we were discussing it at the board meeting and gave direction.
Okay, I thought that was brought up by Larry, but that was just the one comment I wanted to have before you proceeded. That's it.
Through the chair. At that meeting, Mr. Portnoy did say that GL Homes would be, that they would have certain maintenance, but again, if you're doing the motion anyway, just, we can include that as well. Because GL Homes would not be doing the maintenance of the canal, the mowing, or the
Right, that goes to
herbicide
CDD.
application. That would be the CDD.
Right.
That's,
But now we
The
have this
permit
other
has
entity.
never been with GL Homes per se. It's always been, what they submitted was, I forgot the name, I don't have the name of the company that owns the land around as part of their, it's got a
Palms
line.
West, LL.
It's another LLC.
Mhm.
So that's the entity that they've been working in. And that entity is not an operational entity. It's a land holding operation. So the work would be done by the CDD that they control, essentially, as the main, as the landowner.
just for the record, so we have it, it's Palm Beach West Associates 1 LLLP. So it's one of those
Well, yeah.
limited liability partnerships, which is probably why they don't want the liability under their partnership for whatever reason.
Through the chair. So I don't have a problem with it's obviously affiliated with them. I don't have a problem with that. What I do have a problem with is the potential that in the future, it can easily be transferred to somebody else or sold to somebody else. We might not even know about it. So that is a concern.
We can just say
To
that
do that.
they get one shot, and
Right.
that shot is this entity. No further changes in assignment of any kind of rights without board approval.
Okay. Thank you.
So,
So let's make a motion.
yes, go ahead.
So I'll make a motion to approve with the same conditions as we discussed at the last meeting and again tonight. Frank,
Bring triggers.
is it either, it's all either or?
No, either or.
Yeah, either or, the three
Or
triggers.
Three
Yeah.
options.
The name or the entity is not assignable without board approval. And
Maintenance is okay by the CDD.
yeah. I mean, they can assign, it's like hiring a contractor, right? They
Right.
can,
That's.
They can
basically
do
what the
that,
CDD
yeah.
is.
Yeah.
Well, Bobby.
and the only other thing is I know we've got like in a little small, we've got stuff in caps and we've got something in small. This culvert crossing is an agricultural culvert crossing. So wherever we've got culvert crossing, I would like to see the word agricultural added. And that's just me. Frank?
It's, the definition is means a certain segment of an unpaved agricultural road located on district property.
These definitions are specific to this permit?
Yes,
Okay,
for this permit.
Right, so we don't
Okay.
need that in the motion.
all right. All right.
Good.
Can we like bold agriculture or something, because it's very small. I had to look and I want it to be understood that this is an agricultural crossing, period. And that's it.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Public comment.
Yes, we're gonna do public comment right now. Thank you.
Mr. Dirks, did you want to come and speak on that? Is that what your public comment is for?
Yeah.
Are we getting-
Please come up to the podium if you want to speak. You're gonna, okay,
So
you're good?
you're good on that.
Thank you.
Leo Dune, did you want to speak? Were you speaking on this culvert issue? Were you coming here to speak about the
I don't
culvert?
think so.
Not culvert, not that one.
Okay.
Okay.
So we'll hold you for public.
Get it.
Okay.
Okay, we'll get back to you in a little bit. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's call the vote. All in favor? I see that it passes 5-0. Okay, next up, PBSO. Good evening. How are you?
Evening, Lieutenant Sowers. It feels like it's been a little while since I've seen you all.
It has. Welcome back.
Last month was canceled, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So you all should have received that report. So this is going to be your mid-month for August. You guys have had one hit and run. The motor vehicle crashes are a little bit elevated. They were at 16 this month. And one of them was with or I'm sorry, 3 of them were with with injuries. And about 3 of them were transported to the hospital. I know since the last we spoke, you wanted the cause of the collisions added to the report, which we have done. And interestingly enough, because I know we were talking about speed on the roadways and whether there's a relationship with the speed and the crashes. The majority of the crashes that we're seeing on your reports are careless driving. A lot of it is just following too closely, failures to yield the right of way, improper backing, entering the lanes improperly. So it's a hodgepodge of different reasons, but it appears to be just a lot of careless driving going on. Of course, there is, in some instances, speed that's going to be associated with this. But for the most part, it's careless driving. And obviously school's back in session. So so far so good with the majority of the schools. There were a little bit of issues that were at Citrus Grove, but those are under review. We're working with school board police on that particular school. So it's been a little bit of backups at 60th and 140th, but out in that area and some irate parents. So there's going to be a huge influx of more traffic on the roadways in that particular area due to an increase in the school told me today that they had an increase of like 300 students for this school year, and they're expecting another 100. So it's going to be a little bit busy out west. So expect to see, hopefully your traffic crashes won't increase out in these areas, but nonetheless, school's back in. So we're going to have all that added traffic.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Yeah, one sec. I did notice also on Okeechobee at 162nd, we're still seeing a backup there down Okeechobee. And I saw something really disturbing, and it's probably what you're gonna bring up, right? People driving across the lawn. Was it Golden Grove, right? At Golden Grove, and parents are picking up their kids, and I guess maybe instead of waiting in line, I don't know. The video is very vague. It's just very brief. It shows a young man walking on the sidewalk, and the cars are coming off the field and driving right across the sidewalk to get back out onto the road.
That actually is the school that called today. And we are addressing that actively with them.
Excellent. Okay.
So yes, we
'cause
will have increased patrol or a deputy sitting there during the school time so we can get that under control. That's the school that has the increase in students and a lot of parents that aren't familiar with the roadways, and they're very impatient.
Yeah.
And trying to circumvent traffic and going into oncoming traffic just to get around the traffic jams. So it's we'll get a handle on it quickly.
I know you
And,
will. Thank you.
It's being addressed.
I appreciate that.
Through the chair. I believe where that's happening, is within the school gate.
Yes.
Gated area, and
Yes.
they've got a grass area, and they're, you know, there are drop-off drive lanes, and then there's parking,
Mhm.
a parking lot. I just don't understand. That's a very large area there. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me that that's happening. And apparently there's only one police officer out there. Maybe there's more, but that's what I,
No, you're right,
Or-
you're right.
yeah.
There's one officer, and unfortunately, he can't be everywhere.
right.
It's education. The school's actively going to educate the parents and make sure that they get their messaging out and, clearly identify those drop-off points. But it's, a lot of people just don't want to wait, and they want to drop off their kid, and they're just doing it on active roadways, like literally stopping in the roadway and dropping the kids off.
Yeah.
So we're definitely looking at it.
So
And
to that point, it happens also on Okeechobee Boulevard at the high school. I'm seeing parents, and it happens at the beginning of the year, every year, and then, it kind of tapers off, and then you still see the odd person will do it. But, it does create a really dangerous situation when you have children that are walking on a sidewalk and you got cars crossing in places that they're not supposed to be. On Okeechobee, you've got 4 lanes of traffic and a turn lane, and you've got somebody who stops in the middle of the turn lane to get their kid out, and then you've got somebody coming along to, get in that turn lane. So
are you referring to
the high school.
the high
Rural
school
Palm.
on Okeechobee? Okay,
Mhm.
at Rural Palm High School, yes.
Yeah. And then of course, at the corner of 162nd, there's also people who are, rather than waiting, they're turning on the grass and cutting across behind the stop sign. So for years, I've been asking that there actually be a turn lane installed there. So if we could actually look at that, if the county could actually, it would behoove them to do it. And then lastly, I have been noticing almost on a daily basis, a dump truck or a semi tractor trailer running the red light at Okeechobee and Seminole Pratt.
Okay.
And I don't understand why they're doing that, other than I just don't get it. But it's very dangerous. And today, I saw it last night, I saw it again this morning. And there was actually a kid on his bike. It's just very concerning. It needs to be addressed. I don't know how we can address it, if there's some kind of warnings that we can put before you get to that intersection when you're coming from Southern Boulevard. But it actually is happening in both directions. It's not just going north,
Mhm.
but I see it more often coming north than I do going south.
But it's generally at Okeechobee and Seminole Pratt.
Okeechobee and Seminole Pratt. I mean, it's happening in other areas too. Don't get me
Oh,
wrong.
of course.
We have
of
dump
course.
trucks that run the stop signs
Constantly.
on a daily basis on our roads. And that's something that I think we as a board need to be looking at. But the light situation is a problem, because there's been a lot of accidents and some serious ones at Okeechobee. And I always pay attention to what's kind of happening, what the traffic patterns are at that intersection, because I'm always curious about what is it, the lighting, the timing of the lighting. And we've actually requested some changes there because coming from the west on Okeechobee, it wasn't a very long light. And so there were, for a period there, I think we had like 3 accidents in a month. But anyway, that I'm just sharing what I'm observing, and so there's complaints about that. And besides that, thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
One second, please.
I made a comment to a friend of mine about that the schools ought to do a better job of designing the drop-offs and stuff, and he pointed out to me, a lot of the schools were built prior to what's happening right now. He said the children riding buses are down by more than 10%. which is causing these issues. You guys can't do it, but is there any way to try to entice the schools to make kids take the buses again?
That's a question for the school board. I couldn't even imagine. You're absolutely right. The kids are not taking the buses like they used to. The parents are dropping off, which is causing a lot of the congestion. But I know the school board and the school police are actively working on, I'm not at liberty to discuss it at the moment, but they are actively working on enforcement for the school zones. And I think they're going to be rolling out some trials coming up. And I think it's going to make an impact and it will spread.
Like
But,
anybody can look at H.L. Johnson and Royal Palm Beach Boulevard and Crestwood. It's like there was a time when parents would just pull in the middle of the intersection and you could never go anywhere because they didn't want to let another car in front of them because they were in a hurry to pick up their kids.
It's a systemic issue across all the schools. I know Wellington put in a bunch of no U-turns and put in a bunch of different methods last year that eliminated some of their issues, but of course they still have them. Every school does in the beginning of the school year, like you mentioned. It's hot and heavy. There's a lot of issues. And then it seems to die down a little bit. You don't see as much car traffic. So I'm hoping that's what you guys are going to see out here as well. It's hot and heavy. Everybody's taking their kids to school the first couple of weeks, and then it slowly dies down a little bit and people start to get into the groove of the traffic patterns. But our traffic units are out, our deputies are out, and they are hitting it as hard as they can. We will continue to do so, and we will address the Okeechobee and Seminole Pratt. Unfortunately, those dump trucks, if they pick up a little bit of speed, they have a hard time stopping whenever they're coming up to those red lights. So they just cruise right through them. And that's when those catastrophic accidents happen. So, but we will definitely address it.
Thank you. Mr. Hanson.
Yeah, actually, Mr. Rob.
Yeah, we have one thing. We've been working with our weekend detail. We've got a number of ATVs that are accessing the commercial property that is west of Coconut and north of Hamlin, all the way down to the preserve area. They're going back there, and I know we have only a number for trespassing. So we've been working with our detail deputies over the weekend, and we have two case numbers that reported because they turn up the backs of the sidewalks, and we fix them, and if they just go back up there, it's like a game for them to tear them up. So
would you-
push that up to regular road as well?
Actually, Sergeant Goudreau is going to be looking into that specific incident or specific issue. If you send me the two case numbers so he can take a look at them and take a look at what's been documented, and but he is actually in the process of looking at that.
Perfect, thank you.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, I sent those to you along with Captain Turner.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all you do for us out here. We appreciate you more than you know. Okay, next up, Fire Rescue District Chief Amaro. Hello, hello.
You all again?
You too.
It's a very busy summer. We're back to business, schools in session, and like the lieutenant said, traffic is crazy. And I am hopeful that once everybody gets settled into a routine, that somehow that will get better. And the schools and with law enforcement and school police, they start enforcing some of those traffic rules and the right way to pick up and drop off and all of that stuff too. So it is a nightmare. I'm going to give you your response time report for June 1st, and then I'll give you July. In June, there was a total of 248 calls. The average dispatch handling time was 42 seconds. The average turnout time was 46 seconds. The average travel time was 7 minutes and 2 seconds for a total average response time of 8 minutes and 30 seconds. About 74% of those calls were medical calls, and we did have 18 vehicle accidents and 9 fires. For July, it's pretty similar. The total of 223 calls for the month of July. Dispatch handling time was 43 seconds. The average turnout time was 48 seconds. Average travel time of 6 minutes and 54 seconds for a total average response time of 8 minutes and 25 seconds. And again, we had 73% of that were medical calls. We had 16 vehicle accidents and again, 9 fires. Any questions?
What kind of fires were?
I do not have it listed or broken down, but I could get more detail if you were interested in that. But we've had a lot of brush fires lately, so that is also categorized in there as well. So brush fire, vehicle fire, any type of structure fire, that would all be all in there.
Thank you for
Sure,
doing
well,
such a great job.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
What is the hazardous situations?
It could be a gas leak. It could be a fuel leak. A lot of times those hazardous situations are residential gas leaks or commercial type gas leaks, LP gas leaks. That's the number one usually. Mhm.
There was a fire by the solar field, the
Yes.
north end. Do you have a cause for that?
That was a brush fire actually. And it was a little bit concerning in the beginning because we weren't really sure if those solar panels were actually involved or not. And so we were pleased to find out that it was a brush fire around it. So it was easily contained and put out. And I don't know the cause of that. I don't remember if there was lightning in the air on that day or not, but that is another one also. If you would like me to get follow-up information and find out the cause of that, I'm happy to do that and report back.
I appreciate this. Thank you very
Okay,
much, because those
sure.
fires spread quickly out there.
Yes,
So, yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
sure.
Appreciate it.
No problem. Anybody else?
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great evening. It's
You
nice
too.
to see you
Thank
again.
you.
Okay, so now, our 6-1, that's 6-3, medical and dental office development. So.
Good evening. Do you want me to go ahead? Or?
Yeah, I was gonna introduce
Oh,
you, but
perfect, perfect.
you know, that's
Thank you.
okay.
Perfect.
So we have, your name?
John Schmidt.
John, nice to see you. Representative, wants to present the application for a text amendment and a potential to construct a private family-owned medical and dental facility on 2 parcels near the intersection of Seminole Pratt Whitney Road and North Lake Boulevard. The physical location of the northernmost parcel is 9185 Seminole Pratt Road. Palm Beach County will be considering similar text amendment based on the location near Orange and Seminole Pratt Road. So with that, I will let you give your presentation and go from there.
Thank you very much. Again, John Schmidt from Schmidt Nichols. We're a local land planning and landscape architecture firm. We represent CDNK Medical, which is Dr. Corsani, his wife and family. They like to open a practice out here. They've owned the property that we'll be showing you here in the maps for over 20 years. If you could advance the slide there. So they've owned that the 3.3 acres at North Lake and 90th for over 20 years. Again, would like to move the practice out here. But right now, we're not allowed to even ask for a land use or zoning change on the property because of the comprehensive plan that's in place. So we have submitted an application to the county on the 14th, just last week, to have a text change that would potentially allow us to even ask for a land use and zoning change. And if you could advance the slide one more time, that was the property. The slide that you're going to see is really a bunch of text, but there was an amendment. We advance that slide one more. Oh, perfect. There it is. So you know that. Right now, the text that's in there does not allow for us to even ask for a land use change. The text that was in here before only limited it to what I'll call a node area down at Seminole Pratt and Orange Avenue. And I'll show you maps after I kind of go through the technicals, but in everything that's in black on the screen is what the current code is. Everything that's in red are things that we're asking for to change. So in red, we're asking for North Lake, in the first line, North Lake Boulevard to be added because it would be an intersection at Seminole Pratt and North Lake. We're asking for the commercial to use the rural standards that are in the code, which requires more landscaping, larger parking lots, larger parking islands, porches around the property, a more rural standard in the architecture. So we're asking for that to be implemented. Further down, again, the eligibility for this property to be if this were to change, it would allow us to ask for the commercial low office. So we would be limiting this property to a professional office versus some of the general just CL uses that would be allowed. For instance, across the street, there's a petition in on the other side of Seminole Pratt on the southeast corner that's just asking for straight commercial low. So we would be limiting this to commercial low office on this side. There also has to be nodes which require legal access. So that's the 90th and 91st. So you have to have legal access for one of those roadways. So those are the top kind of tier Texas what we're asking for. We're asking for buffers to be along residential properties instead of just commercial properties. And we're asking for the FAR to be increased from 0.5 to 0.15. On this property, that would yield a maximum of about 22,000 square feet. And we have a concept in here to show you. And if you would advance the slide one more time. The image on the right is what the current code is. So to be able to ask for commercial low is limited to Seminole Pratt and Orange Boulevard. All the properties highlighted in red, there are 10 properties that could ask right now. Only one of them is asked, this very southwest corner, and it has an approval on there for an office right now. Nobody else has asked. On the left side is what we would be asking for to create another node, another commercial node at, again, North Lake and Seminole Pratt, and it would affect those 5 properties would be able to ask for a land use change and ask for a zoning change. Right now, again, they can't without this code change. If you'll advance it one more time. I think what you'll see that's kind of creating, 3 commercial nodes along Seminole Pratt. So right now you have one in the middle there at Orange and Seminole Pratt, the 12 properties that we talked about. You've got one down at Westlake. I consider that another commercial node with the Publix. And then the third one we'd be asking for is 2.5 miles up here at the intersection of North Lake. If you'll advance one more. We're going through site plan approval, or we're working on site plans, but again, we can't even submit right now without this text change. And some things that we're considering are alignments for getting out to the light. If that would advance. Sorry. So people that are on 90th. People that are on 90th, what you're seeing there is the proposed improvements for Seminole Pratt, which is that median there. So that median is going to extend past 90th. So anybody that's on 90th would only be able to make a right turn. So what we're studying is if we could do an alignment with North Lake Boulevard. Actually, the people from this project, if it were to go forward, be able to go directly on to North Lake, and people from 90th be able to come up and utilize the light as well, because they're going to be limited. If you would advance, I think maybe 2 more. And I'm happy to answer any questions. This was the concept that we have right now. Again, it yields about 22,000 square feet. This would, we've submitted to the county, as I mentioned. This will go through an advisory board. There are advisory boards in October, and then to a board of county commissioners on November 9th. I'm here to try to answer any questions you have.
Thank you
but more as
very
an
much.
informative thing.
Thank you.
Yeah,
We've done a bunch of research, so we appreciate you coming out and sharing this with us. And we'll see you soon.
Okay.
Through the chair. Let me just go back to that North Lake intersection.
Sure.
The light. And if I can just give a little background, because I supported the overlay at Orange and Seminole Pratt for a very specific reason. And if we could just go back one screen. The reason for that was that the county approved that commercial node at Seminole Pratt and Orange. And we've had creep. And we have had people wanting to do different things. We ended up with a daycare, a very substantial size daycare directly to the south of the property at the corner that you're talking about that has the land use at Orange and Seminole Pratt.
Okay.
On the west side. The reason why I supported that and the reason why that language is in the comp plan today, the way that it is is because we wanted to say, we support this with very specific limitations that would prevent the creep that we know is coming. The intersection of North Lake and Seminole Pratt is something that we discussed is a problem area. I know what land owners have applied and what they want to do. I personally don't think we need a gas station at every other corner. I also don't think that every intersection needs to be developed as a commercial node. I don't think the intention, or it certainly was not my intention, to support development on the west side of Seminole Pratt at North Lake. I understand that those east corners are going to take a huge hit. But I definitely do not support a road, this concept that we're going to open up 91st where it's currently blocked, where the residents asked us to block that.
No, we're not asking to open that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I
Where do the
misunderstood.
arrows, yeah.
What is this?
We're not asking to open that. This would be a driveway into the, if we could move forward, if we even could get past the text change, right?
Right.
This would be potentially looking in an alignment to get out onto North Lake directly, because if you can't, then you'd be limited to going out 90th, and which is only a right out. So you'd be potentially putting traffic just going southbound. So this would allow you to go directly to North Lake.
So
This could be-
you're gonna allow an easement on the back end of your property for 90th Street residents to come across to 91st?
Correct.
Or, yeah,
Mhm.
and from a traffic engineer perspective, 91st, I mean, that's supposed to be an intersection. But they're putting new lights there. So how, that driveway being that close, or is it aligned with North Lake?
Yes, that's what we're
Okay.
attempting to do.
I
right?
see.
But we wouldn't go through, we wouldn't be opening up 91st at all. It was a way for people to utilize the light everybody would be forced southbound because of the median that they're going to go.
Okay.
All right. So it was to provide, I think it's 11 residences on 90th and
Mhm.
potentially people, potentially people on 91st if they wanted to go that way to be able to utilize it. But it was by no means to allow traffic to run through that area. Because as you know now, you have to go north, then all the way out west and then to come back on
Okay,
91st.
and then lastly,
Mhm.
so I like that
Okay.
you're actually not
Good.
putting traffic on our roads. You're,
Can I go now?
no. Sorry, you are too late.
All right.
The FAR, you're
Uh-huh.
increasing the FAR?
We like the Florida area ratio to go from 0.5 to 0.15.
Right, and
Correct.
so again, that whole text amendment was designed in a way that the vision was that the transition zone on the west
Mhm.
would look like a house, feel like a house, operate like a house.
Mhm.
So you're not having, a drive-through pharmacy, for example, is not allowed. There's no drive-throughs allowed. There's no, and it's smaller. And therefore there's more greenery and there's more whatever else, right? So that was the concept of the FAR as well, was to keep it on the low end with more area required for preservation and water retention. So how are you going to increase the FAR and do all of those things is it 2 lots?
Yes, it's 2 lots.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 3.5 acres
Okay.
or 3.35.
So how are you going to be able to, are you going up? Are
Yeah,
you-
well, there's a couple options. Right, again, we haven't gotten into site plan approvals right now. Commercial low is typically 0.25 and 0.2 on property. So I think we're still considerably low on it, on the what we're asking for. But we do still have to meet water quality, water quantity, outfall, those bigger lots, for the larger landscape. So we haven't got that far just because we don't want to spend the money if it's not going to make it much further than this. But happy to, if we get this through this next step, we'll come out here and present, our next.
I think that people deserve to know what is being changed in the comprehensive plan.
Absolutely.
Because it's not just changing it and impacting this property, it changes everything else. So I
It only changes it for for these nodes.
Are you doing an overlay
No.
here?
No, it's, if we could go back, maybe
I know,
one
but
slide.
it specifically says orange.
It would affect 5 lots here, correct? And then it would affect the 12 lots at orange. You're correct. Maybe one more, please.
You also are
There we
aware that in the acreage neighborhood plan, there's a requirement that you have 10 acres for commercial. So technically, under the neighborhood plan, this doesn't even qualify. So, yeah, I need to understand the FAR portion of it and the increase and so in order to have the equal compensating storage and build a building that size, you're going up.
You would have to go, yeah, you potentially would go up, or you would buy offsite credits, take care of your water quality, like some of the other daycares have done.
Okay. All right, thank you. Have you reached out to the Acreage Landowners Association?
No, we have not.
Okay, is there a
This was my
reason why
first
you're
stop.
not-
No,
Okay.
no, this is just my first stop. We
Right.
just submitted and I'm happy to go up there.
Yeah, could you please reach
Yeah,
out to,
absolutely.
I think maybe Lou left.
Jordan. You gotta have to come up.
Yeah, I think Lou might be outside. And Bob's not here tonight, but if you.
Bob is actually on
Oh, Bob is
Zoom.
online?
He was earlier.
Okay, so we've contacted Bob. We're trying to get on there.
Okay,
We're trying to get on there. Jen.
all right. I know it was canceled for this month because of voting yesterday, so it'll be probably in a month unless they have a special meeting. When is this coming before the county?
You'll go to advisory boards in October and then Board of County Commissioners, November 9th. Right now is what's scheduled.
Do we have an October date?
No, I don't have the octi. I can get those for you. Just if you give me a minute.
Just through the chair while he's getting that. Just for the record, Mr. Foy and I, they did ask to meet with us. We asked them to reach out to you and they were already in the process of reaching out to the ALA, so they're familiar with the process. But when they met with us, we did talk to them, and I believe that's why they came up with that plan at the North Lake intersection, because we said the board prefers that that these types of things do not connect to
Right.
to district roadways.
Okay,
And Mr. Foy also went into some detail about the drainage, but I can let him speak about that if you need to. Thank you.
Let me do a correction. So BCC, November 6th, not 9th,
okay,
November 6th. And then October 11th will be the advisory board.
okay,
And that's the current schedule.
all right. I just have a question. You may not know the answer, but maybe you should. Anyway. What, if you were to increase or let me just ask it this way. If you doing what you're proposing with the property, with the two lots,
Mhm.
how large of a building could you build, square footage wise,
Mhm.
that is not 2 stories?
Right now,
And that would have, all that meet all the other criteria that we put in there to specifically limit what could be built.
so right now, our concept is 22,000 square feet in a single story building. What I haven't got worked out is the compensating storage. So it's going to go down from there.
Is 22,000 square feet the building that is your sort of wish list? Or
Yes, yeah, correct.
so the number isn't just pulled out, it's your
No,
wish list?
that's the wish list. That's what got us to ask the 0.15 to
Mhm.
be in a one story building.
So you have room right now, but to build 22,000 square feet, 1 story,
With the associated required parking buffers.
but not
Setbacks.
for equal compensating storage.
Well, we haven't worked it through worked through those numbers yet. So you
Yeah.
can do it through exfiltration trench. There's numerous ways to do it.
Right.
Almost like cisterns. So there's ways to do it, but we know we have to also meet your criteria in terms of water quality, water quantity.
And I see there's like another vacant lot across the street.
Oh,
Have you
which-
looked, On, I guess that's,
90.
sorry, on North Lake at 90. No, it's to the south, Hamlin. Right
So-
on the west there.
So you have to have the code that we're asking for, you had to have legal access from 90th or 91st.
No, I'm talking about for equal compensating
Oh,
storage.
I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
there's another lot there on that corner.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
not Hamlin, though. There's a house on Hamlin
Yeah.
and Seminole. That's
On the
90
west side?
Yeah, so on,
90th.
yeah, 90th.
Okay,
It's just south of 90th on Seminole.
because that's another option for water storage, right? Is buying another lot. Isn't that?
Correct.
Yes, we did talk about that in our conference call, and there's a couple different ways of doing it, and I just wanted to make them aware of what those criteria are.
Right.
So offsite is a possibility.
It's something else to consider is in that text amendment, a height restriction.
Okay.
I'm sure that's something that the ALA is going to be looking for.
Okay.
Because that's an up and coming concern, so. All right, thank you. That's all I have.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We
Thanks for
appreciate
the
you.
opportunity and hope to see you soon.
Thank you, Ms. Okay, moving on. We have the ERP update by Nelson and Raquel McIntosh.
Just bear with Mr. Nelson while he walks up.
No problem. Take your time.
Right, through the chair. Thank you. Quick update on the ERP where we are. We're currently about to launch 3 of the largest modules for finance. With the help of Mr. Cabrera, what he did before he left, and Ms. McIntosh, we're now able to get to a point where we're going to be going live on October 1st. And that's with the GL, purchasing, and accounts payable. And staff has already been training for these modules, and that'll continue throughout the whole process. We expect to be finished by the end of May with all of finance. So that's going to change a lot. A lot of the processes that we come to you for sometimes you're going to see some changes there too. So just be prepared for that. And that's kind of where we are right now. Once finance is finished, then we're going to move on to everything else as far as operations, parks, and anything else that we do.
Excellent.
That second part of finance, if you want, either you or Ms. McIntosh, but that's dealing with payroll. Right now, we go through paychecks and we'll be moving away from that. You want to talk a little bit?
Right. So that's going to happen in phase 2. And the reason for that is because we want to make sure that when we go into payroll, we do it correctly, because we'll be taking that task on in-house and we really don't want any mistakes. Ms. McIntosh can elaborate a little bit on why.
People want to get paid, right?
Good evening. Yeah, so payroll is one of the harder modules to implement in an ERP system. The Department of Labor has very specific standards and criteria. You must pay your employees and their paychecks must be correct. And so payroll, because it wasn't done in-house before, is going to require some significant training. And so we want to give staff enough time to get trained so that we get it right, is basically what we need to do. We have to get it right. And so we're just moving that to phase 2. And we also have to, we're timing it so that we get good cutoffs in our old system with W-2s for the employees. We want all of that to run smoothly. Again, the DOL does not appreciate when those are incorrect. So we're keeping that in the old system for right now. So running it through paychecks. So paychecks will run through first quarter of next year. And then that's when we will roll into doing it in-house.
Excellent.
Through the chair, just to elaborate a little bit more on that. So it's just not a matter of making sure the employees get paid, but it's also making sure that the taxes are appropriately submitted, things of that nature. So it's a very complicated, but we're confident that we can do it in-house with this current staff we have. we may be looking at trimming. So, because we do have a vacant position, that's for another time to
Okay.
discuss that.
Yes.
Very good.
Any other questions?
Through the chair, I was gonna ask a question because when you're paying another company to do it, they're using their resources, we're paying for it, obviously. But if it's complicated and then you have one employee, you bring it in-house and you have one employee, and they're the only one that knows how to do it. Now we're in a situation where when they leave, we're turned upside down, so.
No, so we're restructuring the finance department, so we are cross-training. So
Okay.
you will not have, so for none of the finance positions, will we have one person running any single function. We're cross-training so that in the event, somebody leaves or gets hit by a bus,
Or on vacation?
we have
Yes.
somebody else.
That sounds a lot nicer than getting hit by.
Yeah.
Right.
It's probably more likely.
Yeah.
The bus.
Yeah, so in the event the person who does the main function is out, we have a backup. So we're working on cross-training right now with the functions that we currently have in-house. And so we will roll that out also to payroll when that comes on.
Okay.
Thank you.
And you're saying that you think that we might be able to reduce staff, not increase?
Yeah, reduce, that's the trend, yes.
Okay.
That's what we're looking at, or. Yeah, I don't want to get too in-depth in it. but
No, but that's
basically
all,
fractured.
because
what they
what
call
I heard,
Fractured employment, where maybe we
Right.
hire somebody just for a skill set for 10 hours a week, and that's all they do.
what I heard initially when you were talking was ding, 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 more employees and
No,
accounting
no.
and, yeah.
Well, no, the software is also going to take care of a lot of the functions that we're doing manual right now, which is how we got here in the first place. So
Right.
that would help reduce costs also.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's great then.
Yes.
Thank you.
Excellent.
And I love the
Thank you.
cross-training, FYI.
Yes, thank you.
It's critical.
So just so you guys are aware, we will be reaching out to the board members before we go to full implementation, because we will have some questions for you regarding reporting and how the finance reports will look when they come to you now, and some discussion around that. So we will be coming to you in the next, I would say, 2 weeks to discuss that.
I have a question. So are we gonna be able to have like a monthly?
Yes, you
Great.
are.
So we'll know where
going
we're
to-
at.
Yes, you
Yeah.
will.
Awesome.
Real time.
Yes, you will.
Action.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Excellent.
And just
This
before,
has taken a long time, right?
well, because of the units and.
Yes, the allocation, it was really complicated. Mr. Cabrera, like I said, did a lot of preliminary work on it, and Raquel's come in and done a great job to get us to where we are now. But it's really hard to do with the way we work or the way we allocate funds. We're one of 2 districts, I believe, that does this, so it took a while.
But we as a board approved this, going to this, like what, 3-4 years ago?
No,
Maybe
no,
two.
yeah,
Two seasons
we're in the
ago.
second year.
But then, I remember we
I
were
wasn't on
talking
the
about
board
it.
yet.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
I was
we're
sitting
in the
over there
second
when you guys were
Yeah.
deciding.
Yeah,
So-
we had a lot of bumps along the road, and we had to stop and figure out how we were going to do it to make it not just less for the first part of the contract, but for going forward.
To ensure that the units that pay
Mm-hmm.
and there's reserves and all of that is properly allocated. And when we send it to the county.
Yeah.
We also.
So the chart of accounts is completely revamped.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
And just before Mr. Nelson, because he never gets enough credit, but he does a very good job, just not on the ERP, but you would be surprised the number of cybersecurity threats that we get on multiple times a day. So.
I get the emails where it's quarantine message and then they want you to click links and.
Yeah.
All the
automatically
time.
delete.
All the time.
They're getting really tricky because
Yeah.
they're using state emails now
Ugh.
and trying to say, oh, please sign this for this grant. And so you really have to.
Yeah, we're doing a lot,
He's done
a lot in the
job.
background to try to help to keep us safe. And they're attacking smaller entities more than the big guys now. So we have to be really careful.
Good job. Thank you all.
Thanks.
Thank you for all your hard work. right, being that it's 7:30, let's move to public comment. We have just the one card, so we can knock that out.
Leo Dune?
And then can we have a quick? I want to. Thank you. It's nice to see you. Good evening.
Afternoon, 11546 42nd Road North, 33411. Moved out here in 96. Builder told me all the paved road, all the main roads are gonna be paved within 5 years. It's taken a little longer. But actually, I have a short portion of Mango paved beside my house. Goes from 42nd to the boat ramp. Don't know why. I understand that 42nd Road North is kind of scheduled to be milled paved. I'm gonna use those interchangeably. Starting maybe September 7th in my lifetime. I have a few concerns. There's grade stakes out there on a portion that has been milled that give an elevation of 20.2. Last time I looked at the flood maps, the elevation around my house is 19. I don't want to be camped out on the road the next time we have another Isaac. There are a couple houses built prior to 84, which are at a lower house elevation. I have two neighbors that have sunken living rooms below that level. So I hope that you can look at that. I realize that the grade of the road is because of the grade of the drainage. I'm on a section that is a full quarter-mile and then goes down further. The millings that have been put down on 42nd, Indian Trail just milled 2 rows to nowhere, or actually to a canal. You had to drive down dirt road to get to it. It's like trying to drive, hopefully it's just temporary. It's like trying to ride out a storm in a little dinghy. You're all over the place.
You're saying that on the milled portion?
Yes, recently milled portion. I was also understood that when the portion from Royal Palm Beach Boulevard to Mango gets milled, that they aren't going to do any of the drainage work or replace the culverts, which will all be done from Mango to east to A Canal. It's going to be extremely difficult for any of the residents that has a larger vehicle and got a motorhome. Doesn't get out of the yard much. But towing a trailer and stuff like that, if they keep all the driveway culverts are 20 foot, the new standard is. Are they going to replace the culverts and bring that up to the 30 foot? Because all of them now are 20 foot sandbags on top of that, and you got one lane in, and to try and turn, you're gonna end up with a lot of cars in the ditch. Because the way that it's graded now, the eastern portion is pavement, millings, and it slopes to the drain. So if you go off the road at all, you're gonna be going in the ditch. If somebody could come out there, I can probably explain some of it a little bit more, but kind of familiar with it. I don't understand why the millings got put down on Mango, which I've been pushing to have paved from my road all the way north to 60th for longer than Betty's been a supervisor, and she knows.
Long
But-
before I was even on the board.
Yes. But it was another board member who shot that down. And those are kind of my concerns. I have The drainage needs to be fixed. It has not been done since I've been out there since '96. My driveway culvert is 50 years old. And several houses are that. I have 3 new houses that they've been built on my house, on my road. 3 minutes are up.
It is, but we will definitely in touch with you, but go ahead.
Through the chair, one thing, Leo, is that, and I got a couple questions for staff and for Jay, but, it's not the district's responsibility to widen people's driveways, that they have permits and they're responsible for their own culverts. So if somebody wants a wider culvert, then that's their responsibility to do that. That's not on the taxpayer for an Indian Trail to do. But I have a question. Have we looked at, can we confirm? Because I'm sure that staff has looked at the drainage on that road. They would not be milling that road. We've had this discussion over and over. We don't mill roads without the drainage being okay. So if there's something wrong with the drainage, the staff has already looked at it. Okay.
The crew that was out there was mostly a drainage crew. They did the best that they could, I do believe. But they redid the drainage from Mango east to A Canal.
Okay, so I don't want to take.
And they replaced all the driveways, culverts. And to the 30-foot.
All right, so what I'm gonna ask, because when the district does a restructuring of the swales, then they do that. They include, but if they're not having to do the full street because it's not needed, then they're not going to do it. So I'm just going to ask staff to follow up on this and to have a look at it. And Jay, on the elevation that we're doing the road is based on the water control plan, isn't it? We're not just arbitrarily changing elevations. It's based on water control planning.
That's correct.
Okay, all right.
So,
Mr. Dune, I'm sorry, have a
if I'm
conversation.
camping out on the second road north in the next storm, next person I'm gonna talk to is my lawyer. Indian Trails for flooding my house.
Again, the water control plan has been in place longer than you and I probably, well, I would say alive, but.
House was built in '79. Yes, things may have changed, but there's still an obligation for all those existing property owners to make sure that they don't flood. And Isaac, one property floor elevation flooded. The water was within a couple inches of my garage, which is like 5 inches lower than the floor. I'm just saying.
Mr. Dune, I'm sorry.
There's a lot of properties, not a lot, there's several properties that water stands on the lot because the drain is not being able to drain all the way to the low. I realize it goes from high to low and the width of the easement, stuff like that. But it needs to be looked at when you do it. To do it right the first time, instead of having to go back and.
We'll definitely have staff check it for you. Thank you so much.
And if Mr. Burgess could actually have a conversation with Mr. Dune.
Yeah.
Explain that.
Maybe
Because,
during
yeah.
our break. We're gonna just take a quick, you need 5, 10,
Yeah.
10?
Yeah.
10. We'll just take a
Michael, is that okay?
quick 10-minute break and then we'll move on to our regular agenda. weren't here earlier, please take your conversations outside so it doesn't disrupt us. Sure. Yes, I'm being very bold.
President.
Yes. Okay. All right. We're gonna move on to our regular agenda, 7.1. Who?
Yep.
Raquel leave, he's asking?
No, I believe she's in her office working.
God bless him, right? 8 o'clock. Okay, so 7.1, we're going to consider Diamond Communications Cell Tower proposal, and I believe we have a presentation.
Yeah, through the chair, just quickly, this is something I talked to the board about a few months ago conceptually. So I've worked with Cameron, who's here tonight on their behalf to go over the actual proposal, but we have not negotiated anything because till the board gives approval to do that, then it would involve Mr. Palin or Ms. Viator or Mr. Foy. And this is for the location right at Publix, just north of Publix on Seminole.
After the presentation, we're gonna direction,
Yes.
yay or nay. Okay, very good. Thank you. Hi.
Hi, well, good evening, everybody. My name is Cameron. I'm a site acquisition specialist for Diamond Communications. My role kind of entails handling all the land acquisition, entitlements, and basically government approval process for wireless infrastructure sites. Next slide. So this is just the subject property. As Burgess mentioned, we're looking to propose a wireless telecommunications facility here at the Indian Trails Improvement District property, located at 15955 71st Plain North, an unincorporated part of Palm Beach County, with a parcel ID of 00-42-30-01-001-000. Next slide, please. So this slide is kind of just outlining general information about Diamond Communications. We are the 5th largest tower company in the nation, as well as the largest privately owned tower company in the nation. We have a proven track record of driving wireless infrastructure projects all the way from start to finish. We have a national presence of roughly 18 offices, as well as an office in the U.S. territory of Puerto Rico. All in all, Diamond Communications, again, we stand as the 5th largest tower company in the United States and have been around for about 20 years now, founded in 2006. Next slide, please. So as part of our due diligence, the reason why we come before you today is because we are proposing, again, a wireless telecommunications facility to improve cell coverage here in Loxahatchee, Florida. So as part of our due diligence, we do this before any sites that we even consider from the carriers. We basically conduct a wireless coverage analysis to determine the feasibility and attractiveness of a site from the carrier's perspective. So obviously there is a need here from a coverage standpoint. The community is lacking cell service very heavily. So we're looking to provide a solution for that.
That is very true.
So the next slides after this, we're just going to be showing coverage maps of all the carriers. This is kind of just your general graph to show you what the colors kind of mean here. So obviously the green areas are going to be reliable cell coverage, and the orange and red areas are going to be unreliable cell coverage. Next slide, please. So as you can see, this is Verizon's cell coverage map of the area. Again, the property in reference here is just in that Publix Plaza. Verizon here is going to be the initial anchor tenant. We are building the tower on behalf of Verizon, and they will be supporting us through zoning. But we do, of course, plan to bring on all carriers. It's a county requirement to build a tower anywhere that has to be able to accommodate more than just one wireless carrier. It has to be a need for more than just one wireless carrier. So here you can see this. Here you can see this Verizon's coverage map. Again, cell service, not great for Verizon.
Not much
whatsoever.
green.
Yep. The next one is going to be T-Mobile cell coverage. Now, T-Mobile is a little bit better in this area. Reason why is because they're located on a monopine tower, which is a tower that looks like a tree, just about a half a mile going north. So kind of what this would do. Yep.
We got one that.
Yes, sir. Yep. Yep. So what this would do for T-Mobile is not only increase that coverage for not only their existing site, but kind of address the coverage that's lacking just to the south here. So all in all, again, T-Mobile, this would still be a need, even though they're just located half a mile up north. And then the next slide, please. This is going to be AT&T's coverage map. Same kind of story here. AT&T is actually as well as on that cell tower that's just half a mile north. The only one who's not on any tower anywhere nearby is going to be Verizon. But again, this will suit AT&T's coverage needs, as you can see from the coverage map. Next slide, please. So this is just the proposed placement. It's kind of hard to see on the screen here. Burgess has a more detailed site plan there, but we're proposing basically a 40 by 40 feet parcel. Now that's going to be a fully fenced in compound. It'll be completely gated. We go with the chain link fence that's roughly 8 to 10 feet tall. And depending on Palm Beach County, landscaping and buffering and screening requirements, we may, screen around the compound if required by Palm Beach County. We do ask or we do require a access and utilities easement, obviously for access to that proposed parcel of a 40 by 40. And then of course, utilities as well to pull power and telco to the proposed site.
And this tower is going to look like one of those trees?
Yep, that's on the next slide. As you can see there, that's basically a tower elevation page. And then the next slide is going to I'll go over this.
Sorry, I didn't mean to
No problem.
jump ahead of you.
No problem. Next slide,
I
please.
can't see the elevation. What is it?
So it's basically just outlining the information on this slide. We're proposing here a 120-foot tall monopine tower. Now, again, that is a tower that is disguised as a tree. A monopine meets the stealth facility and local jurisdiction requirements, Palm Beach County, for the respective zoning and future land use classification on the specific property. So why ask for 120 feet? Because we need the height to basically provide those coverage and also accommodate up to 4 wireless carriers. Another carrier I didn't mention from the big 3 is going to be Dish Wireless. So they're kind of new and upcoming. There's not a lot of coverage data for them yet. But basically when Sprint and T-Mobile merged back in 2019, they made it a law to where there has to be 4 FCC licensed PCS communication providers. So it's going to be, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, and now Dish Wireless. So this tower will be basically built to be suitable to accommodate 4 of those wireless tenants.
Let me ask you a question.
ma'am.
Being that Dish is going to be in it, is it going to pick up from other sites? Are they going to communicate with each other? Because out by me, there are some Dish enhancing signal enhancers. Do they communicate? I'm just curious.
So each tower, roughly towers are needed every mile from each other. There's a big misconception that cell towers output this long range of coverage. It's only about a mile, sometimes even half a mile when you're driving down 95. And the reason why is because there's capacity issues. And that's what we'll be running into a lot lately. So like sometimes there's a need not from just a coverage standpoint, but from a capacity standpoint. When you're in Miami, driving along 95, all that traffic that we experience every day there, there's a need to where, the cell towers can't handle a load of all the carriers, all the users connecting to that tower. So to answer your question, basically this cell tower is being proposed to increase cell coverage. So it's not necessarily a capacity issue in this area, but it's more of a cell coverage issue. So with Dish Wireless, they're just another carrier like T-Mobile, AT&T,
Right.
Verizon.
Okay.
It's no different than having a plan with Verizon, having a plan with AT&T or T-Mobile. Dish Wireless is just really new and upcoming. They only launched roughly a few years ago to provide cell service.
So this will cover how great of a distance?
Roughly about a mile. Now,
1
there is
mile.
another tower that's just about 2 miles going south up of this proposed property. So essentially, this is kind of addressing that coverage gap between the 2 existing cell towers.
And then there's one off of Orange, west of 180th now.
Yep.
But there's a 5-mile gap in between those.
Exactly. So
Where
the-
yours will be, so the people in there will still have no coverage, even if we put
So-
this is only going to help people within 1 mile.
Correct. So Another thing here is, the tower height, in Palm Beach County, we are kind of bound by the height limits. If we were able, via zoning, right, to build a taller tower, we would, and that would give us a, greater range of coverage. But unfortunately, we are bound by Palm Beach County's land development code for cell towers.
Right.
And also, likely that coverage gap, it's going to be all residential, so there's nowhere to build. That's kind of another problem we see a lot today is, it's hard to build a tower when there's no available real estate and it's just all a bunch of residential single family lots. So that's another, reason why there's likely that gap there you mentioned.
Have you considered speaking with a P&L because they've got a lot of property to the west?
Yes, we're actually working on a site with them as we speak. So again, these are different areas that we're looking to address coverage needs. In this particular area, we have already kind of played out all the viable commercial candidates in the area. They've fallen through, some are not interested. So that's why we're ultimately approaching you and why I'm here before you today for this proposal.
Okay.
I don't know if it was you or another wireless cell tower or something.
Not the same.
Okay. But people, our residents would have a complaint sometimes because I think it's proposed to put one at 140th Street in our community park.
Okay.
And they were afraid that the children would glow or something. How dangerous are these towers as far as what it emits out?
Sure. So there is a slide that touches on that. I can wait to get to that slide to kind of address the safety concerns that a lot of people have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Next slide, please. So this is really our offer to the Indian Trails District. We are looking to enter into a long-term lease agreement with you guys for the opportunity to locate this wireless telecommunications facility at the property. Now, what we're requesting here is a due diligence period of 24 months to basically conduct all of our surveying, engineering, environmental assessments, et cetera, and obtaining permits with Palm Beach County. As you guys are aware, a cell tower proposal, I'm not sure if any of you have kind of followed the process or attended any public hearings for them, but it's a lot lengthier of a process than a normal commercial development. Sometimes it entails multiple public hearings that we have to go through. There's a lot of comments and revisions that we go back and forth with many of the environmental departments. So that's why we're requesting a minimum of 24 months, because it does kind of take some time to conduct all of our due diligence, do all of our environmental assessments, and ultimately obtain permits. So what we're looking for here is a lease term length of roughly 30 to 40 years. Obviously, a cell tower is a big investment, not only on our part, but the carrier's part to basically build that tower and place their equipment. It does cost a lot of money to do so, which is why we're requesting a lease term length of that long. Again, it is a big investment for us. So for us to be profitable, we do kind of need the tower to be there for a certain amount of time, right? And obviously, the amount of money we're allocating to this project, we essentially build cell towers to be there forever.
And you expect it to have a lifespan of 30 or 40 years?
Longer than that. And the reason why I say that is because cell towers are not going anywhere. We're still building today. We're building next year. We're building 5 years after that, 10 years after that. The technology of where it's at for cellular coverage, it's not really going to expand upon the realm of towers until a very, very long time from now. There's this big talk about satellites, right? Now that is for kind of emergency services is what they're now implementing. So for example, if you're in a rural area where there's ultimately no cell coverage at all, it connects to the satellites, but you can only send a text or make a call. That's not going to provide you data to where you could surf the web, browse through social media, connect to your apps, FaceTime your family. So in reality, satellite technology is probably beyond our lifetime, my lifetime especially. So again, just back to this slide here, our offer to you guys is basically 40% revenue share. So what I mean by that is basically whatever we make on the cell tower, we are offering 40% of. And we're also offering a $25,000 construction bonus that commences upon breaking ground. So upon receiving all of our permits and breaking ground on the cell tower, you guys will be getting that $25,000 along with that monthly rent that starts accruing, being 40% revenue share of all licenses, subleases, et cetera, on the tower. So some of you are wondering, what 40% revenue share looks like. Well, to get in that, each carrier in this particular market, because it does range by location, They pay us in the range of 2,400 to 3,000 a month. And they do give us an annual escalator of 1.5% to 3%. Now, that escalator along with the rental rate, it does differ from the carriers, but we always try to negotiate the best possible rate. A lot of it goes into that number with construction costs. But in reality, we are negotiating the best possible rate. And the best part about the revenue share route is that we disclose everything from what we're getting to you guys. You guys receive a copy of the leases that show the revenue. So you guys know exactly what you're getting, given that this is a 40% revenue share offer. And then we're providing a floor of 1,000 a month for the first carrier for the first sublease. So even if, let's say, we get under 2,400 a month from Verizon, we're still giving you, at least 1,000 a month and even more. If it's 3,000 a month from Verizon to start off, you guys will be getting 1,200 a month, for example, because it's 40%. Either way, we are putting a floor on the first tenant for the first carrier. Next slide, please. And this slide kind of just outlines potential revenue for the district. If you guys just want to take a moment to look at that. So as you see, the revenue kind of kicks in when you get about 3 carriers on the tower. That's when you start to see, really good numbers and compensation for you guys is when we get multiple carriers on the tower. And as I mentioned, we did conduct that wireless coverage analysis to show that this is a need for all the carriers. Am I going to move next slide? Next slide, please.
So just real quick,
Yes,
just
sir.
back on that last slide. So since there's no other areas, because we know Publix has a policy, even if they don't own the property, their lease requires that there's no cell towers allowed on any public site or
Yes.
property.
Yep. Publix does not allow cell
and-
towers on their
Yeah,
properties.
and you have residential everywhere.
Yep.
And I was upfront with you whenever you initiated this,
Yep.
that to me, that seems a little low because there's just nowhere else to go out here other than on our property. So,
Yeah, I mean, this deal does mirror deals that we have with actually municipalities across Florida. 40% revenue share considering we're enduring all the cost here. There's not a single cost on your guys' end. We are also providing more than 2 years rent upfront from a construction bonus. So, I mean, that's something we can negotiate down the line, but this is still a pretty fair offer and does match some agreements that are indeed public record that we have with other municipalities. So I'm happy to show you guys comparisons of other offers that we have with government entities, large corporations, et cetera, that does kind of mirror this agreement.
but in those areas, they also have more commercial and even industrial zoning, which allows.
Well, not necessarily, sometimes city, government, county property, that's the only place where you can go. Because everything else is residential. We're dealing with this site in the city of Cape Coral. We're going on their water treatment plant. The whole surrounding area from the water treatment plant is all residential. And this does mirror this exactly. So again, I'm happy to negotiate, of course, down the line, and happy to provide examples of deals that we have that are public record with existing municipalities.
The only reason I'm bringing that up is from at least staff perspective on this is we have very limited land that we own
Of course.
out here. So every inch of it that, we give up it equals some type of, value to us.
Sure. And we can definitely negotiate, we're willing to work with you guys. So.
Do you also do all the maintenance around it, cut the grass, weed eat, everything else, keep it nice looking?
Yeah, so we are responsible for our exclusive lease premises of that 40 by 40 feet, as well as the ingress and egress to that site. So what we do in terms of clearing, we only clear with what's required. So we'll clear a little access road to that 40 by 40 as well as the actual 40 by 40. Now we're not going to maintenance the whole property, of course, but we are going to maintenance, everything that is entailed with our use.
Everything the county requires you to put in as far as landscape.
Correct. Sometimes there's a landscape buffer requirement, trees to be planted around, which we already have, as well as, screening on the actual chain link fence, so you can't see on the inside. So we are, going to be complying with Palm Beach County's full land development requirements for cell towers.
The output cameras up there to make sure nobody's messing with.
Yes, yep, yeah, there's a camera there, so we don't see kids jumping in, doing
And
whatever.
that can also be used if something happens, and we can ask you to look at your cameras. to
Yep.
make Sure.
Yep.
Okay, that's good.
Next slide, please. So this kind of touches on the safety subject. Basically, all the antennas, the equipment, everything installed on the tower is operating under FCC guidelines and regulations. Now the FCC, I'm sure you guys are familiar with that government department. It's the Federal Communications Commission. They basically oversee anything and everything that outputs radio frequency. Your cell phone, your laptop, your headphones, that all has to go through an FCC process, need to be approved before it's allowed for consumer use. So again, cell towers have been around for roughly, I want to say 25 years now. So, there's been extensive studies that have gone on from multiple reputable companies. I'm happy to touch more in base, maybe the next board meeting on that subject. But shown is a direct quote from the FCC. They've deemed, cell towers safe. They're operating basically at radio frequency limits that are thousands times safer than the harmful limits. The FCC would improve this stuff if it wasn't safe. Cell towers, they're built near homes. I grew up with a cell tower at my elementary school, at my middle school, and as well as at my clubhouse that's right next to my house.
Turn the
Again,
lights out, make sure he's not
I'm sorry, what was that?
teasing.
Turn out.
It said, turn out the lights, we'll make sure you're not glowing.
Yeah.
That's a long time next
Yep,
to
yep.
towers, so yes, that sounds like it's pretty safe.
Exactly. And honestly, your cell phone, there's actually been studies shown that sleeping near your cell phone at night and putting it, up to your head as often as you guys do is actually putting you more at harm than the cell tower itself. Again, these antennas are sitting so high in the air that they're operating under these radio frequencies that are, again, thousands times safer than the harmful ones. And again, when we go through zoning, actually an argument that is not allowed to be used for briefing against us is the fact that cell towers aren't safe. Since, the FCC has deemed it to be indeed safe, an argument of it not being safe cannot be a reason for denial by any zoning board across the whole nation. So, again, happy to touch base and provide you guys any credible resources pertaining to the safety of cell towers.
Thank you.
Is it it's a 5G, I'm assuming.
Yes, ma'am. Yep. Next slide, please. This slide is again.
If this works out good for the district, we could come back with you and say we got some other property like a park or something that we'd like to.
Of course. We have basically marketing agreements with all types of municipalities, counties, cities, to where we basically market all their properties to the carriers. And then whenever there's a hit, there's a need for the carrier, we ultimately go on that property specifically. So we're most certainly willing to work something out with you guys, if you guys have a lot of property of interest for the carriers.
Thank
you.
I have a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Is there any assignability restrictions, any lease restrictions or sale restrictions for the district? If there is one lease the property feature.
So it's on this parcel alone. We obviously don't ask you to rezone it to residential, for example. We don't ask you to, place something on there that's going to be impeding to the cell tower. So for example, if you guys were to propose, I mean, this would never happen, but if you guys were to propose 100-foot tall office building on that property, right now, that's going to interfere with the transmission of cell coverage. So those are kind of the limitations that we do, right? As long as it doesn't affect our use, our operations, and of course, the transmission of signal. So those are really the only kind of restrictions that we place.
So if the district wanted to sell that property in the future, your contract to be assignable.
Assignable, yes, sir. Yep.
Through the chair. You brought up zoning, so I do have a question relating to zoning.
Yes, ma'am.
There has been a concern that once you allow the height with the cell phone towers as an example, at 120 feet, then you're actually resetting the height limit that is allowed for building in an area. Do you know whether that's true?
To my experience, it's not. We have, done many proposals with Palm Beach County, and I've never seen that situation happen before.
Right. Do you know whether that's accurate, or can you look into that for us?
I don't think it's considered a building.
It's not considered a building.
Yeah, no, it's not. Yep.
Okay. So I'm thinking in particular the live local law, right? Where there's a specific requirement in the live local that talks about height limits. And it's what's accepted and adopted by the area or has been approved in the area. So if we can just confirm that that would not impact the ability, for example, another landowner deciding that they do want to build a 100-story building in the area because they're within a mile or 5 miles. I'm just saying. I mean, we don't have any in Palm Beach County, but we have 20 and 30. So anything's possible. Whatever the 120 feet is, right? If that increases that height limit, then that would be a concern for our area.
So wireless,
Right.
Yeah.
wireless telecommunications facility have their own chapter in the land development code. It's not considered like a normal building, for example. It has its own classification. So a cell tower, it's its own process. Again, it's very different from normal residential development and normal commercial development. There's a whole chapter that outlines all the rules and regulations. So I'm happy to provide that to you. You could probably take a look at it. It's not going to affect anything
it's
building.
another piece of
Yeah.
specific legislation that was written. So
Okay.
there's some loopholes in it
Sure.
that I want to make sure that if we were to approve a cell phone or a cell tower that is, 120 feet
Yes, ma'am.
tall, that we're not then falling into one of those loopholes
Yes, ma'am.
that's in the live local. So
Okay.
it's something for you to be aware of too. You could certainly have your own legal look into that.
We'll do.
And if that is the case, I would urge you to have your lobbyists lobby to specifically have that excluded, because that will impact your ability to get approvals for cell towers in certain areas.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, we worked with Palm Beach County before. We've gone through their process, fairly recently. Even,
This
all the way
is a
back a
state
couple of
law,
years ago.
so it's
well,
a state law.
Well, that's even better. I mean, we have thousands of towers across the state of Florida. So
Okay.
that's just something in my experience I've not seen or heard of. So.
Okay.
Through the chair, well, if you do decide to move forward tonight, we certainly legal.
Thank you.
Well, that kind of wraps up my presentation here.
Excellent.
I welcome any other questions, comments, concerns you guys can think of for me at this time.
Through the chair, I have a question for staff. And Burgess, I think you bring up a very valuable point. The district with that piece of property is never intended for it to be used for commercial, but it was intended for a fire station. And a fire, Chief Amaro has left, but a fire station is something that we're sorely lacking in that area, serving, and there's many other opportunities, but that property has already specifically been approved for a fire station. And so from that perspective, it's a bit, if we were to approve this in that location, we then don't have that value. And it's already gone through that process of being approved as a fire station. I think what you're offering is attractive, subject to some of my concerns. But that location for me, because it's already been approved as a fire location, a firehouse, I think that's invaluable to our community at this time. So I don't support tying up that property for the next 40 years, and then we don't have something to bring to the table if we need a location that's already been approved for a fire station. So that's my concern.
Okay.
But and with respect to what Keith said, we don't have any space in any of our parks that would be able to accommodate a 40 by 40 in this kind of proposal. All of our parks are, they're just, unless, well, you said parks. So I just, because we've already explored that. Unless we were to, anyway, I don't want to get into that, but what did come to my mind was that we do have our impoundment areas, the M1, the M2, that potentially could be considered for something like that. And I don't know if you guys have talked about that.
Yeah, they're looking for very specific,
Right.
as he stated.
Right.
Yeah, so this is to address the coverage need in that immediate area. Now, just to touch base on what you're mentioning with the fire station, we're certainly willing to work with you guys on a, location, site plan. It doesn't have to be a 40 by 40, we could kind of configure a compound in a location to where you could also put a fire station in the
That's what
future.
I was thinking.
We,
If
we
can
have, we
share the
have,
space.
put cell towers on many fire stations. Another good thing is sometimes they throw their antennas up on there. So that's another thing, not only would we be providing cell service for the community, but we're providing those emergency E911 antennas as well.
Right.
And we offer that completely free of charge, for the county.
So if there were a condition built in here, that, in the future, if we were to want to use it as a fire station, that you would work with us in that regard and we could modify this agreement or?
Do you guys have any site plans? Because you mentioned it was approved. So was it
I
approved
know
for the
land
use?
use for
Okay,
it
the
was
land
approved in
use.
the zoning, but there's not necessarily a site plan, or maybe there is an old site plan.
Maybe there was zoning drawings that you guys might have went through.
It was approved at the time, the shopping center to the south.
Okay.
It was a county zoning requirement that this land be set aside in addition to like the land for the now library and other civic sites around it. And I believe it was part of the original approval.
Through the chair, the existing building that we have there, that's like a pump station.
Yep.
Does the
That's a pump
40
station.
feet work behind there?
It could, I think
Yeah.
To the
there
north.
are certain setbacks that I believe
There are certain setbacks, but if we're trying to mitigate those setbacks to fit a future fire station, that might be a variance that Palm Beach County could grant.
Yeah.
Right, so kind of where it's being proposed for a reason is because we're trying to meet those setbacks from residential property lines. But if we have kind of a fight to say, hey, we need variance from those setbacks so we could put a fire station here in the future. That's something that Palm Beach County would probably be willing to grant. So like I said, we're willing to work with you on a location, a lease area size, that would allow you to put a fire station there in the future.
Excellent. Anybody have any questions? Wait, Michael? Okay. So at this point, I think we need a motion for the staff to negotiate an agreement and come back to the board for an approval.
I'll make a motion that staff work with them, not only on the agreement, but like Danny was talking about, the position of the power and the footprint on that property to coexist with a future possible fire station as well.
And we can always touch base with county too, just to confirm setback stuff.
I know, Mr. Von Laird,
Mhm.
who is the deputy or assistant county administrator, whatever his title is. The county, especially fire rescue and police or law enforcement, they are very supportive of this because they have a lot of issues out here with their relays and stuff like that, with their cell phones and with their computer aided dispatch and everything else. So I'm sure the county would be willing to work with us on this.
Excellent.
I'll second the motion.
Okay.
Through the chair. Could
Yes,
someone-
ma'am.
Could someone repeat the motion? I could not hear it.
The motion is negotiating agreement to come back to the board for approval. And it includes
Physical
the
location.
physical location. So we still have room to put a fire station
Or another
or,
similar.
right, another civic use.
And I'm not opposed to the idea, where did we go? I'm not opposed to the idea that if in the future, like, let's say we have to put it in another location, but if in the future it needs to be relocated to work with a firehouse and they're willing to absorb that cost, that it doesn't prevent us in the future from doing a firehouse and, so
I agree.
is that
We
what I
do.
heard you say?
We do relocation language.
Right.
You know, that does quite happen. Sometimes we build towers on, let's say, 300 acres of land that's slated for residential development. So we do have relocation language that we could have you guys review.
Excellent. So can we amend the motion and can we also put in there subject to legal review regarding the height and ensuring that that height does not impact potential building heights in the future
So no, it doesn't.
under live local.
Right, no
Or-
precedent. We're not
yeah.
creating a precedent.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree with our amendment.
I'll second it.
And just for the information, there's 90 feet from the backside or the north side of that pump station structure to the property line. So there's.
To
quite
the
a bit
north.
To the north.
Yeah, plus or minus, it's, I just pulled it up on Google Earth, so it's. I see the tree, but approximately 90 feet.
There's definitely space. It's just a matter of Palm Beach County kind of granting us that variance from the
Right.
residential property lines.
Okay. So Scarlett, do you have that motion set now? Adding the subject to legal review and height and relocation ability.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Any public comment? Seeing none, call the vote. All in favor?
We have a second.
I did.
Yeah, Patty second. Yeah.
You seconded the amendment,
did.
right? Yeah, just because Scarlett or who's taking minutes? Because we have to make. sure-
Scarlett.
Okay.
Yeah, she's
Yeah,
got
so
it.
We
That's
need to
why.
make sure she knows.
Yeah, that's why I asked her. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, see that passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you
very
guys so much. Have a great evening.
Oh,
You too.
I do have one other thing.
Of course.
You kept saying, whatever the county requires in terms of buffering.
Yep.
And I don't know how you guys feel about it, but it's our property. I don't really want it to be visible.
Yeah.
So,
We're willing to comply with your request as well. Like if you want it
Right.
to be screened now, as long as it's, say if you want us
But
to
the bo-
build
but
like
the
a,
bottom doesn't look like a
Base is
tree.
gonna- Yeah.
say if you want us to
Like a
build
big
like a
bush.
big 30-foot
Decorated
fence
for
that
Christmas.
covers it, we do have to comply by the land development code. So as long as it's, able to be permitted, we're willing to work with you on a request to like screen it, for example, even if it's not required. As long as it's allowed to be permitted, we're most certainly willing to do it.
Yeah, my concern would-
Christmas lights on it.
Or Christmas lights, for example, we probably couldn't get away with that, but.
My concern would be the buffer between the property and the residential on the backside.
Yep.
Um,
They'll 99% likely make a screen and have a bunch of vegetation around the compound anyways.
Okay.
All right, excellent.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you
guys.
very
Appreciate it.
much. Okay, next item up, 7.2. For the board to consider a fee update to the parks, facilities, parks, and recreation policies and procedures. Mr. Lawrence, turn it over to you.
Share screen here. Okay, so this will be quick. I had a couple minor adjustments that we had to do to the parks policies fee structure. And this was a typo error. I apologize for this one. Under Nicole Hornstein for the main equestrian arena, it was supposed to say $30 and it came out at 0. I found that out when I was going through it the other day for the event one that we added. I added that, and then at the bottom, we added an event fee and an event deposit fee to kind of make it easier for some of the events that we have as far as a fee structure and not a guessing game. We have something that's clear. These fees were based off of local municipalities and what they charge. That's pretty much it for the adjustments on this.
Through the chair. Kenny, the reason why I was calling you earlier was related to, we used to have in our policy that we had a fee waiver, an automatic fee waiver for nonprofits and for say Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, and the schools, like the PTO, if they're having an event. And that used to be automatic, one per year or one per month. I can't remember what it was. Is
Okay.
that still in our policy?
It's not, and actually, I'm glad you kind of brought it up because I actually would like to discuss that to make it a little easier for us for approval process in-house
Right.
anyway. Would you guys want us to do an ILA with some of these groups? So it's not really a service provider, but they have special abilities like that we can just approve in-house.
Well, I don't think we need it in ILA, but we did used to have a policy where there were specific nonprofit groups
Mhm.
and like I said, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, PTO could use, they could request to use the pavilion, for example,
Yep.
not to do events. It was for, if they wanted to use the pavilion, an event in the sense that they're bringing, so in particular, recently Frontier was going to be having,
ice
the
cream.
PTO had planned an ice cream social
Correct.
at one of our parks, and they didn't get a permit, and they were having an ice cream truck there.
Yep.
I talked with the PTO president today. I think it was the president. But she was just asking, you know, she was told that they didn't get permits in the past. And I know that we used to have a policy about that. And it's just a simple,
Well,
without the truck.
Mhm.
And I explained that part of the problem is once you put a food truck or, you know, bounce houses or any of that kind of stuff, that changes what you're doing.
Yep.
But anyway, that used to be a policy that we had, that you could approve it, you could waive the fees for the PTO or Boy Scouts or, you know, a nonprofit to use the pavilion.
Yep.
If it was something like where they were having bounce houses, again, you know, in the situation of the PTO, I don't think that they should have to come to the board unless they're having like a major event. They just want to have an ice cream social for the kids at the park so they can socialize, and on a Friday night, you know, but they're also having an ice cream truck. So provided the ice cream truck or the food truck has the proper licensing and the proper insurance, I think staff should be able to approve that. And again, the policy I thought was like once a year, we would waive the fee for that type of thing.
Okay.
So,
we can adjust the policy. I did talk to staff earlier and we're gonna try to increase some of the vendor approval lists so that if we run into that situation again and say that ice cream truck's not on that list and we don't have time to go to the board or even get the insurance, we could have another option that they could pick one of the approved ones and then move forward that direction.
right.
So through the chair, we'll bring it back in September, a section specifically addressing that as part of the parks policy, but we'll just bring back that section with the nonprofit.
All right. So can I
Which
just
include some of that language he's talking about.
Can I just request that in this particular case, because they already canceled it for Friday, because they didn't know, they really, you know, new PTO president, she didn't know. And so I told her to put in a permit. And you know, she's willing to be without the ice cream truck, but that kind of seems like the whole point of the kids coming to the park and having a social time. But you know, can I just request that she puts a permit in, even if it includes a ice cream truck, that we waive the fee and it doesn't need to come back to the board so that it's not delayed for 2 months. You're already 2 months into the school year. But again, she still has to comply with the license and
And insurance.
insurance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, any other questions? All right. So we need a motion to approve the updated rental fee structure to the facilities, parks and recreation policies and procedures.
Make the motion.
Okay, Patty. Scarlett, Supervisor Farrell made the motion. Supervisor Giordano, second. Any public comment? Seeing none, no, right, we have no more cards. I'm still gonna ask. All right. Call the vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mm-hmm.
See that it passes 5-0.
And then just for the record, we have consensus for the permit for the.
Oh,
PTO
absolutely, yeah,
event.
yeah.
Yeah, just so we have
Yeah.
it on the record.
Yeah, we don't want to disappoint the kids, for sure.
So we'll handle that.
Thank
And We'll
you.
bring back the language with the nonprofit.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, next item up, 7.3.
Yep.
Um,
Yeah, this
Okay.
one's actually me.
okay,
And
All right.
Probably legal, because I didn't really use some of the legal leads I think normally Ms. Viator and Mr. Palin would use, but basically what I'm requesting is that the board consider a change to the board policy to allow a section that is specifically for facility, parks and recreation, whether it be their policies or updates like this, permits, because what's happening is sometimes they get on consent and you might want
Sometimes,
to pull
right.
them and people forget and then we get to them, or they tie up the regular agenda to do the bigger business. And this way board can zero in and know, hey, I got issues on this parks rental or what have you. So I was asking for something.
I like that
specific
idea.
here.
Yep. Okay.
So, Mr.
I'll make the
Palin,
motion.
I don't know if there's a specific language or if you.
Just for the record, you're technically doing is amending the board's rules of procedure.
Right.
And section 4, I think of the rules of procedure, establishes the outline of the way the meeting is structured. So you're adding a line wherever Burgess decides it's appropriate.
Injects it.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
wherever you're going to have it in the order that.
Not necessarily me, it would be whoever the board president is.
Right.
Through the chair. I'll make the motion to amend our rules of procedure to add the section for Parks and Recreation, and I think it would be appropriate to have it perhaps, we have a section at the end that's like all the other
Like the reports.
and do you want to have it like near there? Or do you want to have it like where other governmental updates are?
Probably somewhere in that other governmental in case there's an applicant here.
Okay.
Right. They
Because
don't
you
have to
might
wait
not
till
wanna
the
wait.
end.
Yeah.
All right, so then let's put it before other governmental updates. In the format.
Scarlett, you got that?
She stepped away from.
Does that work?
I'm doing it.
You got it?
I'm doing it.
You got it. Okay. All right, there's no public comment. All in favor?
Hi.
Okay.
See that it passes unanimously.
Frank,
I'm sorry.
are there other things that we have on the agenda that are not currently in the rules of procedure? Because I know we've been adding things here and there, and you were just pointing that out to Jay, weren't you?
I think we need to
Yeah, take a look at that.
take a look at the current way your agenda is structured to make sure it's reflected in your formally. reflected in your-
Because I don't think the governmental entity or
It's not.
it's not, and there's been a couple of things that we've done that we have not added to that.
So you can bring that back to us.
Yes.
Okay. All right, very good. 7.4, consider the long-term facility use permit for Los Angeles Food Co-op at Acreage Community Park.
So we received an email permit request to basically have a farmer's market. The original request came in for Saturdays. I explained to them that obviously the park's already permitted that day, so we end up agreeing for Sundays, and they would like to do it from 9 to 1. He's here to answer any questions.
Talking to you, Gary. Answer a question. That's scary, right? Yeah.
Yeah. that is hilarious. So
He has the right.
that's where we're at right now.
Okay.
We're here to answer questions. They run basically all the local large farmer markets.
I think it's a fantastic idea. It's appropriate for the community. I think the community is going to love having it. We've been without it for too long. So I'm
Just they doing on Orange Boulevard and 140 now.
it's
Privately
different.
run.
Yeah, that's
It is different and it's not approved by the city. It's basically an owner that's trying to just create commerce and business there. We would like the approval of the city so we can actually promote it on the Acreage and Facebook. And we actually want to do also a kids farmers market right next to ours to give the children, our kids, selling lemonade and things like that. So we have a lot of families that are excited to do something.
that's great. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
to be clear, because you and I discussed this, they are not touching the fields.
Correct. Initially, this would be on north side in the
Right.
parking lot for right now. Once things get figured out with south side, that ultimately be where it would be.
Through the chair. Doesn't the Acreage Athletic League have,
Not on
there's
Sundays.
like practices on Sundays?
It's not supposed to be. It's usually Monday through Friday and then the games on Saturdays. Sundays were always a general public kind of use of the park.
Except when we apply, because on Sundays, we also have it where we're having herbicides or pesticides, whatever it is, applied to those fields. Not every Sunday, but that's why.
But that's when, there are practices on Sundays. There's like. So, yeah,
I'll have to get with Wendy and Jeff, but I don't, as far as I know, there isn't, but I'll triple check.
so. So we're doing this on the north side because.
South
We
side
can't-
can't because they can't make money.
Yeah.
The amphitheater can.
Yeah, but that's a small section.
Yeah. With the way it's all like
Just a
chopped
little
up,
bit of-
even but part of that parking lot would be the only option. We couldn't even use the
No,
whole
it's
park.
to be the north side because they can't. How many vendors do you think you're gonna start out with?
I would say no more than 10.
10, okay, right,
Just to clarify, is this Acres Community Park North?
Correct.
correct.
Well,
The
that's what
only
we're
issue is,
discussing.
the only issue is our lease agreement with the county, making sure that we're
Yeah, we're
be
not-
consistent with whatever activity that's going on in there. Until all that's clarified, we just have to be careful.
I mean, if it starts out as 10 and there's a conflict, if you can confirm there's a conflict, then I don't see why until it grows bigger, that we couldn't do it within the parameters of the unrestricted area on the south end. If
Okay.
there's a conflict with the athletic,
That's an option.
right?
That's
Right.
what I
It's
was.
only, if it's only 10, I mean, it's gonna grow, but it's gonna take a little time to grow. And I think, hopefully we'll have all that straightened out, but if not, then we could figure out, can we move it without conflicting? So I think, my opinion, we should start out at the amphitheater. And, until it grows, and then we might have to move it over if our restrictions, and I don't know if Kenny explained all that to you, but it's going to be a very specific area that Kenny will sort of mark out and explain to you, from the amphitheater just to like basically the sidewalk, and then to the east of the parking lot, but not all the way over, right? So you've got that long, I think that's more than enough for 10. So you could put the kids on the grass, they could do their thing over there, they can play and while they're waiting for customers or whatever. So, if the board agrees, I think that's maybe a better route to go in the beginning.
That's what I would prefer because then it doesn't interfere with the Acreage Athletic League. And the two could then coexist where you will actually be generating traffic potentially because of that. So, but if you're there and they can't be there, then you're not getting that traffic that would otherwise be coming to the park.
Right. Yeah.
What hours are you looking at running it?
9 to 1.
9 to 1?
9 to 1, yes, ma'am. Okay, any other questions? All right, do we have a motion?
Just one other thing. It was brought to my attention recently, that there is an issue with, garbage. What we're being charged with. Remember, we talked about the number of cans.
Mhm.
So I know that when we had the farmer's market before, there was oftentimes a lot of excess garbage. So how is that going to be addressed in terms
It's-
of the fees?
So the way I was explained to is that we only get charged those fees for any of the ones that are permanent out there. So we can bring them out and set them up for the use, and then we just remove them. They're taxing us basically for the ones that are permanent structures.
But what I'm saying is that like that kind of event on a regular basis is generating additional garbage
Mhm.
that we're now having to dispose of. And our existing, what do you call it? Dumpster that's over there. Every time I see it, it looks like it's full. So I think that does need to be addressed in terms of the fees that are being charged
Correct.
and pickup.
That's one of the reasons why we don't really have a fee structure set for situations like this, because we have to kind of look at the whole package and then figure it out from there. So
Okay.
that will be one of the things that we look at.
Okay.
I don't see where there's gonna be that much garbage, and we could have the vendors be responsible for taking the garbage with them back to their business.
So Keith, having run a ton of events out there with vendors, that's next to near impossible. They come, they have their boxes, it rains, they get, totally soaked and then it's left behind. There's a lot of trash that ends up getting,
I've run big events too.
Yeah.
So I understand, it's just a
Yeah.
suggestion, but with 10 vendors, until they get going, I think that.
We normally take our trash with us when we do like to Questa or Palm Beach Gardens, even if the trash is full, I take the boxes, we take everything with us.
And you're kind of cleaning up at the end after all your vendors, because
Yes.
you're right.
Yes, yeah, there's no trash left.
And this,
Okay.
this could be added into the actual permit itself. as
That they
well.
take
Like
the
cleaning
trash.
fees,
Right.
things like
Or they
that.
take it. If they take it, we shouldn't be charging them. I mean,
Exactly.
That's,
Yeah.
yeah.
so, but it needs to be addressed.
Yep.
Okay, very good. All right, so. Okay, subject to leave. All right, so let me read the motion for Gina or Scarlett, whoever's up at the moment. A motion to approve the creation of a long-term facility use permit for Jonah Bolt to host the Loxahatchee Food Co-op at Acreage Community Park, subject to staff.
Yeah, south. side
Yeah,
of the
let's
theater.
add
South
that
at
because
the
we're
theater.
changing that now. Community Park South, subject to staff and legal review.
A second.
With respect to the fees that we address, cleanup and garbage.
Cleanup, right?
Stopped.
One quick question before we close this out.
Yeah.
Since it is south side now, and there's obviously not going to be that issue with the athletic league, is there any issue with them potentially doing it Saturday? From their original request?
Not to me. Is it benefit? Do you think you'll see more traffic?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
So
Sundays, church,
I'm
lot of
fine. I'm fine with
Absolutely.
that. Yeah, absolutely. Because the whole reason why we're was doing it on that day is so it wouldn't interfere. So if we're gonna be, now, this may change,
It will change.
If
when
we
have the
don't have-
multi-purpose field done.
right? So we're gonna have to address, and you have to understand that we may have to move you.
Or change days.
Right,
yeah.
or change you to a Sunday. So as long as you're good with that, then we're gonna let him go to Saturday because he's going south now. So there's no conflict there. So, but you be fully understood that things are kind of in flux with that. And if you're good with, I know it's hard to change your vendors, and I know it's hard to, once you establish your customer base, to say, oh, wait, now we gotta move it to Sunday. I get it. So we're not gonna do that unless we absolutely have to.
I
Like,
think we do.
yeah,
Through the chair, I was just asking, and again, it's up to the applicant, but why could we not consider the Hamlet House as a location? So
that's.
I brought that up because if Gary Dunphy's garden didn't take off, that would be a perfect place to do.
Well,
it.
you
I
have
think
that
Acreage
whole
Community
area.
Park has more foot traffic, and I
Yeah.
think if you're doing it during practice or games, that you just got more people there.
Yeah.
I think it's a safe bet,
I would
yeah.
agree. I mean, it's always an option. That's up to you, but I do agree. It's a more central location, a community
Activities,
park.
You got a playground, a walking path.
You're gonna have
Yeah.
more traffic. So,
I was just trying to think of.
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
Location.
right,
in case
if we have to
there's-
move you and you want to stick to Saturday for sure, that may be the case, and just say, hey, we got a new location. By then, you'll already have your client base established,
Yeah.
and it won't be as hard to move them.
Once
Yeah,
they
but
get-
there's enough.
Once it gets
Right.
established.
I think we don't have to worry about that at this moment. Right now, you're gonna be good at South for a while. Okay,
What she's saying is basically the permit's gonna be subject to having to move you just in case we have one.
Through the chair.
Mhm.
I just want to state that I don't support any kind of long-term agreement that would tie up Hamlin House and the rental of it to our community on a weekend date, because the problem with that is it's the only place that anybody has to rent to have birthday parties.
Well,
or
it wouldn't be in the
showers or-
building. It's gonna be outside. He
But
could
that's
like,
part of the rental. When somebody rents Hamlin House, that's part of the rental.
parking.
So
So the parking would be the only issue. Well, I think that's something that we don't have to worry about right
Right.
now, because right now he's set at that.
And there's other.
And we can always,
Plenty of parks for.
yeah, we can always address any changes later on, and he will, stay in contact with you on that. Okay. So you guys have the motion set, Gina, Scarlett? Okay, so Supervisor Argue made the motion.
Can,
Um,
Keith did. and I
I'm
seconded it.
sorry. I'm so sorry. And
So just so we're clear, is the motion to approve it being used on Saturdays? rather
Saturday
than
at the
Sundays?
South Park,
Okay,
and they're
that's what
gonna
you
deal with
want,
their
is
trash.
Saturday?
But keeping it to where there's options of changing.
Right. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
See that passes 5-0. Don't go anywhere. We're not done with you yet. All right, so. Oh,
Do
that
we
was
have to do-
option
that was
two.
option
We
two,
did,
so
so
we're
we
good.
did option one.
Yeah.
Yeah, staff needs to
So
negotiate.
we don't have to
don't
worry
do
about
this one.
option two.
Yeah,
Okay. All right, next.
We're done with you now.
Yes, we are
Thank
done.
you.
Sorry.
Thank you, Jonah.
7.5, consider Palm Beach County's Halloween Citrus Grove event. Mr. Hanson. Oh, Mr. Lawrence, I'm sorry. I thought you were gonna.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll kind of jump into this a little bit. Just a little background for those that don't know much about the event. I did some research, found this cool little article online. The Halloween event itself started in 2003, and it was started by a group of residents that were looking for a safe place for their children to basically go trick or treating. It originally started from Seminole Pratt and went up to Avocado, and they would go door to door trick or treating, and that's kind of the original start of the event itself. Obviously, over the years, it's grown. It has reached a level where there's thousands of people out there right now. It's very unsafe. So this year, earlier in the year, we put in a permit, obviously, to move it to, well, we're going to have our event at Nicole Hornstein. We're going to do a parade, which will start at Citrus, and then it will end up over at, let me move to this. It'll end up at Nicole Hornstein. Should we share? It'll end up at Nicole Hornstein. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna have the cars pull in on Hamlin, go through the parking lot, and then wrap around on 91st. And they'll end up kind of parking around the perimeter, the ones that are in the parade itself.
You want them to come in 89.
Yeah, 89th. 89th and come up here, I'm sorry. Switch this photo. Is that coming up? We'll stop. I'm gonna switch photos here. So what we're thinking about with this, we would have the people parked here. We're gonna still have the parking open to the public. So the area of the event itself is gonna be the main arenas in the center section. So what we're thinking is more of like a trunk or treat kind of setup where we can give out 10 by 10 booths along the perimeter of the Pine Straw area so that the public can actually set up there. It'd be a safe place for the children. We're going to have a couple food trucks over here. We could do the
I'm sorry to interrupt. We already kind of talked about this, unless board really want to talk more about the Citrus Grove event and the situation there, why there's liability and why we already kind of discussed why we're doing this here, but
But
and
actually, when this was brought to the board in the first place, there really wasn't any detail. And I expressed at that time that I did not think that doing this at the Hamlin park was the appropriate place. And it was my understanding when we approved that, that we were gonna look at doing it at Acreage Community. And I don't understand why it's being considered here. That park is not meant for hosting that kind of an event. It doesn't have the parking available, especially for Halloween. Halloween is a big deal in our community. I also personally want to put for the record that I don't think is this on a different day or is this on Halloween?
This is going to be on Saturday.
Right, so, the fact that it's gonna be on a Saturday means that we're gonna have a lot of people coming out, which means we need to be able to accommodate that, and the only place we can accommodate that is at Acreage Community Park. And, so I think that's a problem, and I also don't think that this is going to do anything to eliminate the issues with Citrus Grove.
Just for the record, they can have their event. We are trying to not be involved in that event other than protecting the works of the district.
I understand that, but it's our roads.
Yeah.
And we have to be involved because it's our roads and this is what the community is doing.
Yeah.
And there's no way to shut it down. And to shut it down, you're not, this is what the community wants. So going against what the community has done every year, to me, I can't support that. We've always had Citrus Grove
And
Halloween.
we understand that, but there is insurance and liability issues on that road that the county will walk away from it. There won't be one property owner on that road that's gonna say, yeah, sure, I'll take the liability. It will be the Indian Trail Improvement District because we're saying, oh yeah, please come here and do this.
But
We're not saying they can have it. It just is DBSO or Palm Beach County need to address that. We should not be doing it because, and legal has been saying it since when I got here, we don't even really have the authority other than to protect the work of the district. But
That's
again,
right, and that's all we've ever done. My point is, I don't understand why we're having an event and then what are we accomplishing? We are not, this event is still gonna happen.
Yeah.
And we know it's gonna happen, and our liability isn't reduced because we decide to ignore it and not participate in it.
It actually does because we are acknowledging
No,
we
it's
have
all right.
nothing to do with it. We're recommending in this, what I was hoping we'd be more focused on is we're recommending to the board that you allow parks to shut Citrus Grove Park down that full day.
That's what we used to do.
Yeah.
And then what happened was we had even more problems. We had kids going in there, jumping off the roof, doing all kinds of crazy things. That's
And
why.
we're requesting that there will be a deputy in there, special detail deputy that will be preventing that. And that detail deputy is not allowed to leave that perimeter. PBSO and Palm Beach County need to take responsibility for this event because they actually have the event and crowd authority. We do not. And again, this is not something, it's not like we come in here to this board and say, oh, don't allow this, because I know it's got tradition. But from a liability standpoint, we're gonna be the ones holding the bag. And this is no longer an Acreage community event. When Kenny and I were there last year, we had people from Boynton Beach. We had people from everywhere coming there, just
And-
not the Acreage.
And I'm hearing, from a lot of people that they don't want to bring the little ones because it gets too crazy.
Right.
And
Which
so
is why we opened up
so
the
the
park.
little
was to
ones
create a
aren't
safe place.
enjoying,
Yeah.
right?
But by doing so, we artificially are accepting that.
So if we do it on our own, at least we have the control of what's happening and the care, control and custody of the event, which the insurance company likes a lot better.
And
So basically, for this motion, all we need is for the board to approve, bringing a deputy there and placing the barricades for the county. That's it.
no,
Well,
not the county. we're placing barricades.
Palm Beach County's
It-
Halloween
PBS,
on Citrus Grove.
So the barricades are actually going to be blocking off the canals. So what we're doing is protecting all the district property. We don't own the Citrus Grove, that's county road.
Right.
So this is basically
We
a county.
do own Citrus Grove. It's not a county road. Citrus Grove is an ITID road.
Yeah, but what we're saying is the crowd, the police authority over that still lies with the county on crowd control and on shutting roads down. And in the past, we have not really put barricades up because PBSO didn't want barricades put up. On the road, they want their PBSO cars so they can move for public safety if they have to get an ambulance in or anything else.
So where are we putting barricades? On the
Just
canal?
on
Canal.
Canal.
Which is what we have always done.
Yeah, but we're being very specific on what we're requesting because it has to do, we're being very specific about this, asking that for these things to protect the works of the district. We're not asking for lights. We're not asking for porta potties. We're not asking to set up any photo opportunity places like we used to do. And again, when we used to be involved in this, we were like one entity and it was not a huge event. This thing has grown. I mean, and now we have, again, because we went out there I know I've been out there the past 2 years with you. People at their homes are giving people beer and alcohol, Lord knows what else. So. again,
That's gonna happen. So whether or not we have an event in the park or not, the whole point of having the event in the park was to create a safe place for the small children to go. And this is still, but all these things are still going to go on.
And
But
they
it
can,
takes away
but
our
we are
liability.
no longer gonna be responsible for it. And they
So
can
if we're
try
so
to.
concerned about liability, then we shouldn't have events at all. And
No,
you know,
because we have control over these events because they're within an area that we control, and that's why we wanted to have it in a park. Because we can control the park, we can control what happens. If somebody acts up, we can have them trespassed and removed. You know, trying to control that on a roadway with private property and everything else, that's where our concern is.
I'm just, I think I'm with Betty on this, where I'm losing the disconnect. I'm losing it as to why us having an event that we had very similar to last year puts us in a liability issue the whole way down Citrus Grove. I don't understand how is that giving us liability? How is that putting us at liable if something happens on Citrus Grove where it's being patrolled by police officers and whatnot, all because we're having an event where we have bounce houses and food trucks and,
It makes us look like we're connected to that event. And by us disconnecting from the event, it's more like just a group of residents that have done their own thing that's unpermitted. Palm Beach County has actually spoke to the group that runs that. And they know the permit process, they know all of it. So it basically just pulls us completely out of it. So like, we could have that.
well, they could have their own permit,
right,
but
why don't doesn't the county make them pull a permit?
Can't really make them do anything, really. I mean, they're aware of it. I've spoken to her personally. Bert's spoken to her
I
and
just talked to her too.
yeah, they're aware of the process. I've even sent them the link on how to apply for it, so they just haven't. But that's basically what we're talking about, is separating from it. So it doesn't look like we're promoting it and being a part of it. We're going to do our own thing still for the children, which is what trick or treating is about anyway, and give them a safe place to go.
I'll say this, since I have been on this board, Halloween on Citrus Grove has been an issue. But the issue, we've never had a board that has wanted to communicate themselves from it. The issue was always, how do we make this safer for our community? Because we recognized that it was going to happen. It's organic. It's going to continue to happen. For the past several years, what we've attempted to do by having the park open is for the district to have our own safe space in the park, which we control, and to be a part of that community event within the park. And then we also approved deputies to be within the park and also to monitor our infrastructure. And the rest was up to Palm Beach County, what they wanted. We approved the roads being closed, right? Because we have to give that because we own the road. And each year we have been requested by the group to expand the number of roads that are closed. And we've had that discussion over and over and over again. And I personally feel like organically, it was always between Avocado and 140th. And each year it's expanding further and further and further and further, but we can't close further and further and further. So, you know, within reason, and again, that's up to PBSO too, because that requires more resources for them, not us.
Yeah.
So if that's what they want to do, that's how we excommunicate ourselves. We're not paying for the police officers. If you want it and you're requesting to close those roads, then we'll agree to closing the roads. We'll give you the authority, PBSO, to close the road for the event. But I personally, and I'm not against having our own event on another day, but I also don't see how taking us out of this, it changes a whole lot of anything. And in fact, then we're not, this is an opportunity for us to engage with our community. And if we're not there, we're not doing
When
that.
there's a good majority of the community there. Like,
Yeah,
it's the
I
one event,
understand.
yeah.
It's gonna take one incident where a kid gets killed or tragically or hurt really bad, and then they're not going to PBSO, they're not gonna show up at the county commission meeting. That parking lot in this room is gonna be filled, and I'm not trying to be dramatic here. I've seen it happen, and then you guys are gonna be sitting here with lawsuit upon lawsuit and wondering what happened.
So,
And again, the difference is that we are not involved in it. We
Okay,
do
so
not
then we
take
should
it-
not host the Halloween event at any other place either.
Well, that's up to the board.
Okay.
The whole point is,
I
is we don't have control whenever a kid comes in there with a four-wheeler or a side-by-side on those roads. And I don't care what PBSO says, no disrespect to them, but they're not controlling that either.
But
they
that's,
can
but that's
control
what
it
needs
on
to be
a park.
discussed with them.
We have discussed it and they don't care because they're focused on this little stretch, but all the other roads, and it all ties back to us.
It ties back to, if people are coming from out of the area and people are driving in other areas, it still doesn't tie back to us. It's not our event.
But
It happens whether
artificially
we're there
does
or not.
become our
Okay,
event
so
because we're
I
not
disagree. And I'm on the record as saying how I feel about this over and over every year. You know, this is a community event and us trying to change it. And I've said this every year because every year staff comes and tries to change
and
it.
every time-
And what I support is us doing it within the confines of the park and creating a safe space. That's what I support. I do not support trying to excommunicate ourselves from it and act like it's not going to happen, because it's still going to happen and we still have the same liability. If somebody wants to sue us because something happened on one of our roads during a Halloween event, they're still going to come after us.
They very well may, but the standing is very different when we're not involved in it.
All right, well.
And by the way, in the past, when we have tried to put controls on that road along those properties, the community has showed up here and said, oh, this is a community event. ITID has nothing to do with it. You need to leave us alone. So we can't have it both ways anymore. And again, I'm bringing this to the board, to the attention of the board. You can do as you please on this issue, but you're gonna have Aegis and you're gonna have others that we're gonna see our insurance go up. And that's up to the board. We'll do whatever the board would like.
I know that has been a problem with the insurance company, so.
Okay.
Go ahead, Patty.
Okay, so
This weekend.
So I'm just trying to figure, to go back to my question earlier, to get back with legal. there's no way that we can publicize this, like when we're saying we're doing this, like we did last Halloween at Citrus Grove, that it's our event, Indian Trails Improvement District event is only within the parameters of Citrus Grove Park. There's no way we can say that and show us ourselves detached from what happens on Citrus Grove, period. Like, there's no way that there's wording that we can put that shows that it's our responsibility is just at the park.
I think it's a risk management issue, and I think the concerns are being raised by staff and by Aegis here.
Aegis is making this one.
The more, what is this thing? I mean, I don't really know what the thing is that you're talking about, other than it's
The thing,
this
it's-
growing
It's a
experience that
right.
that is initiated by
It's
the
a block
public.
party that takes place along the sidewalk and kids and both sides of the road, you know.
I think that what the insurance company is raising is the more it looks like it's factual, right? So you go down this list of, there'll be a lawsuit. And then the question is, to what extent can the district minimize its responsibility for whatever the consequences might be? And there'll be a search for facts. And the more the district looks like it's taking some kind of ownership of the event, the higher the risk is going to go up of a lawsuit being successful. Now, I mean, the district's a public agency, so it's going to have limitations on the maximum amount of its loss under Florida statutes. But I mean, we have not tried to sit down and analyze all of the elements of the risk. The staff is raising these kind of concerns. Aegis is raising concerns. It would take more analysis really to come up with a clearer idea of what the scope of the risk is to the district. But it's getting bigger. Apparently, this thing is growing and becoming less manageable by the entities that have some kind of responsibility for protecting people, either on the roads or on the public property that's adjacent to it. So the bigger it gets, the more it becomes a regional event. The higher the risk gets, which I believe is what the insurance companies are saying.
Okay.
So it's something to consider. And it's a policy issue for the.
I get it. Okay.
In
To the
this
chair.
block party, to me, it doesn't seem any more risky than our holiday parades. So
We can control those in those parades before anybody can participate in them. They sign waivers. So if you want us to go out there and have every single person that's on those roads sign waivers, then we may have some level, but even waivers are not strong.
And a parade is nowhere near
Documentation.
equivalent to what happens on Citrus Grove.
It's crazy. For example, what entity is responsible for organizing? Is there a not-for-profit corporation? Is there an
No.
LLC? Is there some, or is it just a bunch of people get
Homeowners.
Just a
together?
bunch
and-
of
Homeowners.
residents.
That's one of the problems. It's so amorphous. So if you go search, if someone gets injured and someone goes searching for someone to, be responsible for it, and they can't find individuals, they're
individual.
gonna go to government.
They're gonna go with some deeper pockets.
Sure.
Understand.
Except that we still have limited liability. Have we ever been sued for anything
We
relating to
haven't had
Citrus Grove?
somebody, I get
Yeah.
through the chair. I get Burgess's, because my husband has said it time and time again, it's an accident waiting to happen with the way that people are on there with their ATVs and drinking. And I mean, it's not just people handing it out at the houses, it's what's happening on the tents that are on the perimeter of Citrus Grove Park where they're drinking and it's a huge party. I get it. And I get that if Aegis is the saying, hey, listen, you're being warned, you guys got to take action. So.
And I just feel in our conversations with Captain Turner that when something happens, it's gonna be like, well, we had no control. It's Indian Trail.
Yeah.
And that's where my concern is. especially with everything going on right now.
Right. Times are changing, you know, people are,
So
things are changing, the community's changing, unfortunately, and
Getting back to what we were at the beginning, we were discussing moving Indian trails, Hollywood.
we already.
We're not-
Yeah, this isn't even.
That's,
part of this.
that's not part of it.
Yeah.
That's, we already approved doing that. What we're looking at now is this, strictly this, right? This is our decision.
This is
Are
the
we-
motion,
This is
yeah.
all we're gonna do for the Citrus Grove event. So I need a motion for hiring a deputy to be in the park and then putting up the barricades for this event at the canal, so we don't have four-wheelers going up and down the canal banks and God forbid something happen. That's all the motion is for.
I'm gonna make the motion. Motion to approve the hiring of a PBSO deputy and barricades for Palm Beach County's Halloween on Citrus Grove event.
I'll second.
Comment? So forward, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
She said.
And sorry. And I want everybody to understand, we're not trying to stop them doing it. And we're not trying to change history or anything else. We just, it's important that, I agree that we limit liability. We have enough going on right now that we don't need to add to it. If God forbid there's an accident. And I think that, you know, maybe next year, who knows where we'll be at? Maybe the insurance company will have a different take on it. We could talk in the meantime about it, but I think right now, I think it's important. But we still want everybody to do, you know, if they want to do it, that's up to the residents. We're not saying the residents can't do it. And we're not trying to change their tradition or the date that they do it on. And because I know there's a lot of controversy even about that. Do we do it on a Saturday because the kids are out at school, you know, so they can figure that out because that's their thing.
Okay, through the chair. So back to what the district is doing, I do want that to come back to us because when we approved that and I asked questions, I was told, oh yeah, well, we'll look at, and why are we having a parade then for Halloween? Why are we, you know, why aren't we using Acreage Community Park? That's what we discussed. So I want that to come back to the board, please.
I can answer that real quick. Well, one of the biggest challenges we're gonna face, especially on north side right now, is obviously the leagues using it. So we're gonna have very limited time between the time that they stop for the night and then be able to set up and decorate for our events. This will be a big challenge when we look at the Christmas event later on, because there's gonna be hardly any time to basically set up for that without some of the lighting and everything else being destroyed. South side was a little more controlled, less people down there, so it was easier to set up weeks in advance.
Have we not put permits in to address this?
For it's because of the construction this year.
Yeah.
upcoming year.
Well, then maybe we need to cancel all the events.
That's up to the board.
Because I personally do not think that Hamlin House is an appropriate location for this. I don't. And not for nothing. I've said this in the past, you know, when we're looking at liability and stuff, the district. It has never been the district running events. So why are we getting into the running events business? So
We've actually asked for AAL and ALA to be involved in these.
yeah, and I'm not going to talk about that, but what I'm going to say is that we don't need to be using tax dollars spending to pay for park staff to be hosting events. We don't. That and that has not ever been the direction of the board. And that's just not, you know, it's one thing to be a part of It's another to be trying to run it and control it. And I don't agree that our tax dollars should be used that way.
Kenny, are you doing sponsors for Halloween as you do for Christmas?
Yes, we've had, Pet Supplies Plus has already, confirmed that they would be a part of both events. We haven't advertised any of these yet until we had this discussion this evening. We would advertise.
Can you
them.
cover expenses with sponsors?
Yes.
Are you paying for all district staff as well?
I
Your
mean,
time? I mean,
from
Right.
the last event that we had last year, with the way it was all budgeted out, it would have covered staff too, but obviously things got rained out, so we end up on the backside of that one.
I mean, if the sponsors are covering it, I don't have a problem with that because it's not coming at taxpayer dollar. We're controlling the event. We have the insurance. The insurance company has to give their blessing no matter what. Otherwise, it can't happen. So if it's not costing the residents money and we're providing something that they want, that they're seeking and keeping them in the community instead of having to go to a neighboring community to have that. I mean, and I think that's a good thing, as long as if it's not costing us any money.
well, I want to see the breakdown of the costs and everything. And the projections and the sponsorships. Because, you know, again, this has not been brought to the board. This is kind of turned into something that was never directed by the board. And it was always the ALA that had those events, and they were pretty much cut out at the last event. So from what I understand, what I was told.
Through the chair, then fine. We'll come back at the next meeting. We'll cancel these events. You can contact Mr. Morgan with president at ALA, let him know. We'll do it and we'll just have limited staff at those things. So this is not the staff that was pushing this. This was the fact that last year, whenever we were down to the last hour of this thing, we had to step in and take it. In order for this to keep going, I asked him, please try to get Wendy and Bob involved in this, but we cannot let this go because the community likes these things. They like the parades. And that's exactly why we did this. I'll be more than happy. Let the ALA do it and we'll put 2 staff people in there.
Well, I'd love to have Bob Morgan come and tell us his side of the story about how that went.
Yeah, he's on.
Bob, are you here?
Please, do you have the emails that we show? Because,
I do, but I'd have to pull it back up. I don't have them available.
Bob, are you online?
Hello, yes, I'm here. How y'all doing?
Bob, can you tell us what happened the last event? Was it Christmas event? What happened with the
Christmas, last year's Christmas event, Kenny, Mr. Lawrence said he reached out to me and asked if I would mind if he helped get the vendors emailed to see about getting them lined up for, for that event. And I said, no problem. Have at it. And then the next thing I know that the vendors were being instructed to contact ITID for any kind of reservations and finances and so forth.
So were you asked to participate in the event, and what were you asked to do?
Things were already being sent to ITID by the time I knew that anything had changed from what we had done in the past.
So it was
my understanding. It was my understanding that Kenny was just going to help get the word out, and which I could have done in 5 minutes because I had the email list and I can type an email in 5 minutes and get it out to the vendors. And he called me one evening and I was doing something. I was working, I believe. And I said, no, I don't have a problem with that at all. I was under the impression that, the emails would say, reach out to the ALA. And the only thing I heard next was that when I saw the post that it was send your information to Christmas@indiantrail.com or whatever. In regards to this Halloween, I haven't heard anything about the Halloween thing for this year. Nobody's reached out to me about this at all.
You haven't
Not
been
for the
contacted
Halloween.
at all? Or for
No.
Christmas? Okay.
No.
Christmas, Kayla should have reached out to him. As far as the other part with the Christmas, and the whole reason a lot of this was coming through the district was for auditing purposes, because we were actually having issues with that, where people were requesting the finances and we were putting it through one central location, especially since the district had a lot of money invested into lighting and things like that in the park. That was one of the reasons we brought that in-house, especially with sponsorships for that, just so that it was open to the public to be able to audit it.
And in all honesty, that's the first time I heard that explanation as well.
We talked about the committee meetings and all the things that were done leading up to last year's event.
I wasn't aware there was a committee. Did the board create a committee? Because I don't remember that either. So, you know, there's things that are my point here is, there are things that are going on that has not been directed by the board.
Point of order. I think we're getting off task and it's.
No, we aren't, because we're talking about the Halloween event. And again, there are things that are going on that are not board directed. And I'm bringing it to your attention. So.
We'll be happy to bring back the full list because we had it earlier, not for tonight, but this year to go over all this. So it's fine.
Yeah, why don't we do that?
Agenda item.
Because every time
That's
that
fine. I just think it's not enough right now. And we
Yep.
got too much, we got a couple more items,
Yep.
plus we're talking
That's
about
fine.
something else
Yep.
after this meeting.
Okay, very good. Okay, 7.6.
Yeah. So this is me. So back
Yep,
to me
go ahead.
again. So just quickly on this. So tonight, this is not approving the contract to install it. What all I'm asking is we did not budget specifically for a guardrail in either fiscal year 24 or fiscal year 25 because we had no idea when we were going through this process, the budget process, either year, whether or not we would have whether or not we'd be done with the Sid Minto litigation, even with the motion for rehearing and all of that. So now that we are done, I have checked with Mr. Lebedecker, who's your special litigation counsel on the matter dealing with Sid Minto. He says it's fine to move forward with this, but before we go out and get a bunch of quotes and go through all that, I just want to remind the board that you may have to pull funds from the reserve if we do not have enough in the operations budget, which we probably would not, to cover this. So before we go through all of that, I don't want to come here on September 18th or whenever our next meeting is and not have the board prepared to, understand that we went through all this. Now we need to spend funds outside of the normal thing.
Do we have an estimate?
Yeah.
Roughly?
Yeah,
I know
there
we
is
talked
one
about
in
this
here.
before,
Yeah.
about getting used guardrail
Yeah,
and
it
all
was like,
that.
yeah, hold on. I actually have it in the backup. Just give me 1 second.
Thank you.
Because I didn't get caught up here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have the physics. So it's up to 340.
Keith wants to know why we're not making Loxahatchee Gross pay for it. We can't have side conversations going on. So ask it for the record.
To the chair. Yes, guardrail is due to the fact that the farms along that 162nd to the east are encroaching on 162nd, damaging our roads. And my question is, it's like, why can't we have those landowners be responsible for putting the guardrail up since it's because of them that we have to do it?
Because we have no means to enforce making them pay for it because they are not within the legislative boundaries of the district. So all we can do is protect the works of the district. And there are farms there that are running dump trucks and other vehicles and illegally accessing 162nd. You have neighbors now or property owners, your residents, constituents
that have been complaining about this for at least a year, but we've been unable to do anything about it until we got a resolution. As far as asking the town of Loxahatchee Groves, you know, they're gonna be the same as school.
Didn't we
not our
already,
problem.
didn't we already have some, buffers there, but they went through them? Didn't we have some?
Yeah,
buffers?
they're going around stuff that was already there. And is this going to address that?
Yeah, that's why we're putting in guardrail. We're not gonna put in split rail fence. We're not gonna put in construction like the orange fence like we did temporarily. This is gonna be something that they're not gonna be able to
So what
take
is,
out very.
what is our estimate that difference?
So that's what I was getting ready to say. So it's up to $340,000 to do the properties. But it could be less than that because when we go out and we're searching for quotes, we might be able to find used guardrail. We did something similar on Harlena because we had a similar incident where we had people who were a nursery who was illegally accessing our Harlena. And they were also having their bulk pickup and all types of things on that side.
Let's
So-
look at it this way, it's gonna cost us $340,000 to fix it. If we let it keep going, how much is it costing us to fix the roads they damage?
Well, there's two parts to that. So there's the damage to the sidewalk and the roads, but then there's the precedent that you're allowing. You let them do it in the town of Loxahatchee Groves, why not me? Why are you making me across the street I'm paying for that person to get free road access. And then it also flies into whole other issues. And that's why we had to wait for this.
Through the chair. So we've put guardrail up on Harlena, on 40th Street. 162nd was always one that was discussed historically with all of those other ones, as well as 140th. There's another one.
130 of these we talked about putting the guardrail up.
But that's not,
But
we're
that's
talking
not-
about outside
Right.
connections that are using.
180th isn't the other one potentially.
Yeah.
Don't get permits.
So the thing is that this has been something that we've discussed for many years. And we've tried to address it with Loxahatchee Groves. The other thing is that Loxahatchee Groves and or the county were giving permits to people in Loxahatchee Groves with access, driveway access to our road. And new houses have been built facing our road that are in the town of Loxahatchee Groves. The thing is that historically, there wasn't a road access for the town of Loxahatchee Groves, but they built 161st for them. And they've recently improved it. I believe they paved it.
Yes.
And we've been consistently asking the town of Loxahatchee Groves to do something about it, because they actually have passed their own resolution that says that there are to be no connections from outside. But
When we are proposing to put these guardrails in.
So right now, tonight, all we're asking for is for the ability to potentially take money out of the fund balance. So when I can come, if I don't have enough money at the September meeting in the fiscal year 24 budget and operations to cover it, that I can just pull it out of there. You still have to approve it, but it just makes it much easier to do it like this.
Right, and then we can figure out next year's budget, how to. put the-
Well, next year's
Year's already
budget's
in.
already been approved, and that's what I was saying,
Right.
fiscal year 25, I couldn't put it in there because we didn't know what was gonna happen.
Right.
I mean, at that point, when we were actually building the budget, we still hadn't even got the final outcome of the litigation.
so when you're saying the fund balance, are you referring to the
To
reserve?
reserves, yeah.
And so,
And we may have enough because we're gonna be in September, so we may be able to project and say, may have enough that we may not have to pull it, but I
You
just.
need the
want-
authority
Yeah.
to be able to do it.
Yeah,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
and
Yes.
yeah,
I just wanted to, just for the record, indicate that at the northern end of 162nd, in 1998, the district entered into actually sued the landowners to establish the property boundaries. And there was a settlement agreement that affects something like 11 lots. Who were, as part of the settlement agreement, were given the right to access 162nd in perpetuity. And it runs with their property. And it's complicated because the settlement agreement, it's like lots. You have to go through and identify which lots. They're not guaranteed free access to the district, but there was a fee established and a process for determining what the annual fee would be for a permit. And so those lots cannot be permanently prohibited from accessing 162nd, but it's only going to
If
be
they're paying.
11 lots.
If they're paying, they still have to pay.
Yes, but what the order said, court order says is that even if they don't pay, if they don't pay for years, as long as they pay the backlog, they have a right. Because the right runs with their property and it's to the benefit of their successors. So those identified lots have to be exempted from the installation of a garden. It's my opinion.
Through the chair, you said the north. I thought it was the south. It was like the north side of Okeechobee Boulevard, right on the corner.
it's definitely.
It's that property.
It's the
Yeah.
north.
And
Well, I'm looking at when I say north, it's getting close.
you're
to
thinking north of Okeechobee.
No, the properties are closer to Sycamore,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
that, because I re-verified it, and unfortunately, we're gonna come back in September with 7-7, which we deleted because we need to run it through legal a little bit more. But that's exactly what I want to talk about, because I don't think they're paying what they should be paying. But that's for legal to advise you on. I have my opinion, but
He has 11
legal
lots.
has-
How many total lots are we looking at?
I believe there's a total of 7 lots, but I'd have to go through and I can't look in the backup because it's not there right now.
So not
Yeah.
counting those 11, there's 7 more that's just using it, right?
So there are the
Seven
7
in the
that are
lawsuit.
allowed to use it, but we have many more driveways that are not part of that settlement. And that.
Well, that's
can
what
be
I
blocked.
think.
That didn't have that historical.
Right, that's
Yeah.
correct. There's
Yeah.
a long road. It only applies to the lots. When I say north, I believe it's approaching the boundary of city of Wesley, basically, that south boundary. It's up
From
there.
Sycamore.
Yeah, up there.
South.
I just look at, all I do is look at aerials. I don't really go out in the field, so I'm maybe misstating where exactly this is. It's north to me.
So is there anything in there about land use? And part of that decision related to the fact that they didn't have access. They did not have a road access at the time, except for on
The
162nd.
dispute really was over where the actual property boundary was, because there was an argument over, over the years, the confusion about where you measure your
Right.
lines, basically. And that's what was resolved. The lawsuit went on for like 2 years, and as a settlement, then there was a court order that was issued that applied to those lots they didn't a lot of lots were sued. There were default judgments on certain of the lots, and those lots do not have these rights, have no rights at all. It established their boundary. So that's where the boundary is. On the lots that settled, the district agreed to allow, as part of the settlement, to allow those lots to have access subject to certain conditions. And it's complicated in terms of just describing what the conditions are, but essentially that it allows those lots to have access onto the Indian Trail roads if they get a permit and they pay a fee.
But what I was getting at is that my understanding, it was ag residential or agricultural properties.
Well, it was it's called Wild West Annuals.
Right.
Indian Trail versus Wild West Annuals. Wild West Annuals was a commercial property. And there's two fees. If you look at the settlement agreements, there was a separate, the terms are basically the same, but the fee was different. There was a fee established for Wild West, which was significantly higher than the fee for the residential lots. So there's two fees. It really.
So
will
when you
have to
say
come-
commercial, you mean ag commercial, like
Well, it's a-
commercial
it was a-
ag, bona fide ag, not
Whatever.
commercial, because the land use has never been commercial.
Yeah,
It's
it was,
bona fide
it's
ag.
basically a, growing operation and with
Okay.
trucks. And so I don't distinguish that from industrial, basically commercial.
All
It
right.
might be agriculture, but it's still pretty commercial.
Is there any way to figure out if these people have paid?
Well, staff knows that part already. What I'm trying to get to is whether there's a way with respect to that lawsuit, like, because there's been some changes, right? Loxahatchee Groves is incorporated, they've built a road. There's a number of things, but also we have one or more property owner who is using the property in a way that I don't think was intended. So I'll
We're-
just leave it at that.
We're looking at, it's a complicated issue to try to even identify which lots are,
Mhm.
if this is subject to, and then to read the court order, to interpret the court order. But there is a court order and it's relatively clear about what people's rights are. So there are certain lots that have to be treated differently from all of the other lots on that entire stretch of roadway that goes all the way down.
Right. Okay, but blocking on that corner
Mhm.
at Sycamore and 162nd is not part of the issue, is it?
No, but we will
Right.
be doing that.
Okay, all right.
But
And we can do that relatively quickly without doing the rest of it, correct?
yeah, that part so that, let me see if I can, second, because I tried to pull up the map here. So this is Sycamore over here is Seminole Pratt right there. So where we're having issues with some cut through traffic, which has nothing to do with what the south part, like Ms. Argue said, is this area up in here where people are cutting through this undeveloped area and going on to Sycamore or cutting through from even Westlake and going through here. So we will address along this section here, which is technically Sycamore, East Sycamore Drive. Or Boulevard.
That area is
Drive.
not subject to the court order.
Yeah.
It's only the lots.
It's
only
these lots right here and
A couple of them.
yes. And then there's some more further to the south, but whenever we get, and I forget what the southernmost one is. Now I don't want to give bad information here, but once you get closer to Okeechobee, these were not part.
No,
of-
they're not.
And that's where you're having major damage. And that's also where you're having kids are using that and to get to go to and from the school.
Okay.
How many feet are you looking at? That we need the fences, I mean.
Well, whenever I come back with the actual quote, I'll have the number of linear feet, so.
And we've
Yeah.
already notified the landowners, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
And we'll put another post out, but I did put the onus on the town of Loxahatchee Groves that they need to mail their landowners because. I don't want them to do what they tried to do with 140th and 43rd, where they say, oh, well, they did that. No, they don't want this cross access either. So.
And Westlake has complained about this too, right?
Yes, yeah.
So Westlake is complaining about people cutting through from ITID to their property to Loxahatchee Groves and vice versa.
Yep.
That's rich. But
Yes.
Anyway,
And yes, and just because I was gonna bring it up, but it's probably more appropriate here. I think I've informed all of you, but it's not necessarily the city of Westlake that will be doing it, but it will be Minto or maybe Seminole Improvement District. They will be installing a guardrail the entire length of 140th on their property. And I believe
Fencing.
they
So for the
actually,
residents
Put
that are,
black fencing down it.
yeah, they're
Putting a
actually
guardrail in
starting
addition.
that today. So that's probably what you saw.
that's what the flags were along there, just to the west of the,
Those houses are gonna be,
sidewalk.
some of the way it's laid
Right
out, the
there.
houses are gonna be right, the
Yep.
backyards are gonna be right on 140.
Mm-hmm.
It's very apparent, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's right there. It's a
Okay.
little berm and a black
I don't-
fence and 140.
I don't know if I necessarily need a motion, but just consensus that you're all right, that I bring it back with the potential that it could be coming out of
Mhm.
reserves or fund balance.
so you asked for
So we-
here a motion
yeah,
to approve. So
yes.
I'll make the motion to
Okay.
approve the funding,
I'll second.
Yep.
up to $340,000.
Yeah.
And then, do you want me to?
Yeah,
add
do
the,
both,
up
yeah.
to- Combine, motion to approve the withdrawal from the necessary, amount up to 340,000 from the district's fund balance to cover the costs of the alternatives chosen above, which was the guardrail from the fiscal year 2024 budget. And then just a question, we would need to do a budget amendment for that?
Yes, and
Okay.
I would bring that, but
Okay.
if I don't need to, then I won't, but I
Beautiful.
I didn't want to bring a budget amendment and you're like, why are you bringing this forward?
Right, exactly.
Okay,
Yep.
Okay. All right, let's vote. All in favor, motion one to approve the funding for the installation of new or used good condition guardrail along 162nd Drive North, subject to,
well, I actually just read my motion.
okay, oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
oh,
And I
Yeah,
seconded
You
it.
you got it, Gina?
Because
You got it?
Changed a little bit.
Right.
Say it again, please.
Okay, so my motion was to approve up to 340,000 for the installation of either new or used good condition guardrail along 162nd Drive North, and to approve the withdrawal of the necessary amount up to 340,000 from the district's fund balance to cover the costs of the guardrail from the annual fiscal year 2024 budget. And I think there were,
Frank, do we need to put in there?
yeah, I was gonna say,
subject to-
subject to legal, well, the thing is that staff is only going to install it in the places that we're legally allowed to.
I'm bringing the contract back, so the contract will.
So we'll
show
address
where-
that later, okay.
It
So
won't
this
be a
is just
contract.
allowing
It'll
the
be-
funding.
You're okay with that?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, very good. Okay, all in
Yeah.
favor?
Aye.
This is the first motion.
No, I combined.
You
the two.
combined,
yeah.
we're
Yeah,
combining,
I
okay,
combined it.
all right.
I
So-
apologize. I just, again, did not want to bring
That's
it back
fine.
at the end of.
Everybody said aye, right? Okay. Passes 5-0. Okay, next, consider pursuant to ITB 2024-0030-2024/MP and the R3 Road Construction Program, consider selection of contractor and award of contract for construction.
So
Wow.
we have three people, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Foy, and Mr. Peterson. And did Ms. McIntosh give you the table of the R3? What amounts are left, or is she still here?
I think she's still here.
Oh, okay, yeah, because I actually had her run what's left in there, because I think, and I apologize, because I was doing it off my head. I thought it was like 7.45. It's actually 8.3, but she has an actual number in the table to show you guys. So, but Mr. Foy or Mr. Robinson can go from there. I just wanted to let you know, you do have money in the R3 bond.
Okay, thank you.
Just as a summary, the 3 roads went out in the most recent bid. They were advertised, everything was put out as the others were. It is a bid. Those 3 roads are 140th from 61st to Orange, Tangerine from 140th to Avocado, and 61st right across the street from 140th to Avocado. There were 2 bidders that were responsive and responsible. Both of those bidders you're familiar with, because one of them is doing one of the projects and the other is doing the second project that are currently under construction. They submitted all the appropriate paperwork. The 3 of us reviewed and filled out the paperwork to verify that they are responsible. I don't have the exact bid numbers in front of me, but R&D was the low bidder. And it was just, I'm sure Michael can tell you the exact numbers, but they were.
Yeah, R&D came in at a 2.973709. And Ranger came in at 3,706,331. So about $800,000 difference.
So it's obvious who the low bidder is, and we have established that they were both responsive and responsible. Therefore, staff is recommending to the board that they approve staff entering into the contract negotiations with the apparent low bidder.
R&D.
And I think there's a specific motion in the,
Yeah.
Yes.
and so, or a series of motions you have to receive and
Just
follow
one.
it, follow the motions that are in the recommendation.
Let me not just repeat it. On page 147 of your packet, I guess. Motion, first motion to receive and file the two responses from the bidders. The second is the motion to waive any minor irregularities in bid responses not related to price, scope, or project schedule. And C, a motion to accept the bid and award the contract to construct these projects to R&D Paving LLC in the amount of $2,973,709.
So moved.
I second.
Oh, also, I'm sorry, there's a fourth, is a motion to authorize the president to execute a contract subject to legal and engineering review.
So moved. Oh, are we trying to combine them all? Is that what we're doing?
You can.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
She
I'll make
good?
the motion for all of them.
And I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Gina, you have the motion clear?
It's out of the book.
Okay, you got it. Okay, perfect. Okay. Other governmental updates.
Well,
Who's-
yeah, Mr. Floyd.
Okay.
They're saying DRO.
I didn't prepare anything in particular. You did hear one presentation and then about the one project on Seminole Pratt and North Lake. The West End project across the street, it has run into some problems even with the county with the meeting the legal positive outfall definition. They are within our district. They do qualify for us to accept their drainage, but the connection is not there right now. So it is stalling. I thought there was one other that we wanted to address.
The one on would be the southeast corner, commercial lot on, North Lake and Seminole Pratt improvement, or Seminole Pratt Whitney, road. They've been wanting to try to put a gas station there. There are numerous issues with that property, not only with the planning and zoning department, but also with and they also have issues with the equal compensating storage as well. Because they want to be able to utilize the county's property to the west of their property, which will be runoff for North Lake in the future, but they cannot use a future retainage area or detainage area. Maybe you could have said that better than
That's
me,
what
but
that was what I was addressing. The connection doesn't exist till such time that either Palm Beach County has to add it to the road project, the area, or they have to wait until the lake is given to Indian Trail to have that legal positive outfall. But that doesn't satisfy the equal compensating storage. That provides a place for the water to go.
Yeah.
The other project that I was thinking, I'm going to be
further east,
north of Rustic Lakes. It's been annexed into Palm Beach Gardens, and they want to put how many residential?
272.
A whole bunch of residential. We added that area to the district in 2008. It was added legislatively to our boundaries, and there was an agreement to accept the drainage from 5 parcels. So they're dealing with 4 through Bay Hill, not through Rustic Lakes, but through Bay Hill.
That's right in front of Bay Hill. Is that right?
It's to the east of Bay Hill. There were 5 properties to the east of Bay Hill, and it's up on your screen now. The 4 adjacent to Bay Hill immediately that are shown there are the current projects with the 200 and some single family.
Is that where they've already started construction? They
Yes.
started
Mhm.
preparing,
Yeah.
right?
They did not realize, because the Palm Beach County website shows that is part of Northern, that it is part of Indian Trail Improvement District. The Palm Beach County website does have some errors in it, and that was one of them. So at the very end, when Palm Beach County asked for the deed to have a turn lane eastbound to get into this property, they wanted to dedicate the property to Palm Beach County for the expansion of North Lake. The county told them there was an agreement in place with Indian Trail, and we had to release that agreement. And that's where the proverbial hit the fan. So right now they are in a conundrum as to what to do.
Through the chair. Jay, I asked about this property
Yeah.
in a conference call that we had several years ago. And Mary was part of that. I don't know if Mary's still with us, but what I was advised at that time was that this property that's in front of Rustic Lakes does not have a drainage permit from ITID. And I don't recall being told that there was any kind of agreement. So did we forget about that agreement? Because I just heard about that recently. So I'd like to see the agreement if you can send it to the board. Because again, we specifically had a discussion at the time, we were talking about Rustic Lakes drainage. And that the property that, this is when the at first, when they first started talking about putting the high density units in front there. That they did not have a drainage permit. And it would be a problem for them to put high density there and have equal compensating storage because they don't already have drainage. So what you just said was that we have a drainage agreement, but that drainage agreement would never have been built based on 272 units anyway. So anyway, I'd like to see a copy of the agreement.
Yeah, there are actually two agreements because they're different landowners that I recall, but it's been a long time. The agreement doesn't give them a permit to build anything. It's an agreement that the water would have been routed through Bay Hill. It's not an agreement. And in 2008, the compensating storage requirement didn't exist. So
But routing through Bay Hill, it adds to our water. And that's based on what was our understanding when we agreed to that? Was that based on a single family home? Or was that based on 272 or 500 or 1,000 units being built there? And not having any, I mean, even we are not allowed to build on every square footage of our property. We have to have our water control plan requires and relies on the fact that we have areas that we have water percolating. So that's clearly not going to happen with these properties with, what Palm Beach Gardens has approved, which is why I made a statement at the time that, well, I guess they're going to, since Palm Beach Gardens has approved that, then they're also going to be providing them with drainage under North Lake because we can't possibly take more drainage. Why we don't have enough as it is in the M1 basin. Why would we take on more? And I don't see how we can be forced to. So
everything you're saying is correct. They don't have a drainage permit. There's an agreement for us to accept the drainage, the discharge, but they would have to meet the conditions of equal compensating storage. However, you just also said that they have an agreement to enter into the Palm Beach County roadway system that drains to Avenir, which is contrary to it being in our district. So there are a lot of issues to work out. There is no drainage permit. There is a landowner's agreement or two that says we would accept it through Bay Hill, but that doesn't mean they could violate our criteria. They would still have to meet our criteria. It's not a permit. An agreement for land does not mean you have the permit to build anything. It means that we will in the future provide a legal positive outfall.
Based on what, though? What
They
kind
would
of-
have to meet whatever criteria we have.
Okay.
So equal compensating storage means they could not give us any more discharge volume or rate at the defined storm, which is in excess of 100 year.
Okay. Can you please get those agreements to us, please?
I certainly will.
Through the chair, I believe, Ms. Viator was trying to.
Mary, go ahead.
No, I'm just was unmuted myself on this call. I'm fine and I concur with Mr. Foy.
Oh, okay. I just
Thank
saw
you.
your Screen light up
Yep.
there. All right.
Sorry.
She's getting ready to jump in.
Let me bring up one other thing that Mr. Hanson did bring up at the meeting on, because I was sick at the time I was there on conference, but the effects of Palm Beach County's attorney's opinions on what our roads are may affect all of these DRO type reviews. We don't know where that's going right now, but keep in mind what their current thoughts are on our public-private roads.
Right. Actually puts us in a stronger position.
It has a lot of implications, and I'm not going to go to a legal determination. That's up to others.
Yeah. And yeah, I apologize because I was in Ms. McIntosh's office, but did you also bring up that part of our discussion with the county was trying to get control of all the illegal fill that's going on to these properties, like what we heard from Mr. Dune earlier, and some of this is, you know, people are going beyond what they're allowed to do. And the county, Miss Whitney Carroll, who's the executive director of building, planning, zoning, all those departments, did indicate, along with her number two, Cindy, and I apologize, I can't think of her last name right now, that they have been enforcing that more out here. But I really believe that's why we're seeing a lot more dump trucks. Not the only reason, but part of the reason, because people are building their properties up.
Yeah.
And Mr. Foy was very, I think, eloquent but stern that, yeah, there's lot coverage here that is supposed to be counted towards that. And then we also brought up the fact that, you know, our outfall or our discharge with the permit in South Florida, you know, was based on a very small area. And this place has exploded, especially with the number of mother-in-law suites and other large structures. And we also brought up a couple of other issues dealing with the FPL transmission property that we own, because somebody did build a pool. So we're probably going to have, so what's going to happen is that pool, we're going to be cited for it by code.
Because we own it.
Yep.
And they did it without a permit?
Yes.
So we have a community pool?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
That's a great idea. Let's add some liability to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're,
membership.
yeah, so that's definitely going to involve legal on that to, because if somebody drowns in the pool, it's a liability ours. And then there's other things with fence, because people build fencing without permits, and we're gonna get tagged by code. Clearly, they're not gonna fine us, they understand, but that's gonna give us more authority to go in there and really start clearing out. So we've sent the notices a couple months ago. We're giving people the ability to do it. Some people are doing it, but I think operations in the next couple weeks, once we get a little bit more clear weather, it's going to go through and start mowing those areas. And that's really good. Do it. And we're going to do it section by section, because we still have a bunch of other stuff we have to know as well. So, and did I forget anything from that meeting?
I don't believe so. I think you got it.
Well, we adjusted the driveways, the ingress and egress on the presentation we saw earlier. So we addressed that issue. But yeah.
Yeah. And then I believe the only other thing, and I'll let you discuss it because I didn't get to attend that meeting even by Zoom.
which was a TPA. I
Yeah.
believe Sacramento did.
Yeah, their Vision 2050. So they're looking for comments in September on some of the projects, and there's a whole list, but just to name a few, we got Seminole Pratt from Southern to Okeechobee, coming in at 6 lanes. Okeechobee, Seminole Pratt to 140th is going from 2 to 4 lanes. 60th, the M Canal to Seminole Pratt, 2 to 4 lanes. I don't really want to have a conversation with this at this time, about this at this time, but I would like each board member to have a conversation with Mr. Foy, Mr. Palin, Ms. Viator, before we have any further discussion about this, because these things are all very important and very critical at the moment. So,
Through the chair,
yeah.
I believe I'm still the TPA representative, all right?
Well, did you watch the meeting? So you know.
I have been
watched the
following the
meeting.
whole thing. I'm just saying that I'm the
So,
TPA
I'm
representative,
just,
and it was on my list of
Okay.
things to discuss, but I do think that I was gonna bring this up later, but I do think that we need to take a position that is consistent with the position that we've taken in the past, and we need to forcefully do that. The last letter that we sent, I think it was the same thing last year. We said to reiterate our position, which was to support the extension of Seminole Pratt, and to object to certain segments that they were trying to add, or still trying to push, which is Okeechobee, which I understand there is a lot of push coming from Arden. If the county moves forward with approving the racetrack and ATV park on Seminole Pratt, that will be even more push. But we have always objected to that. And keep in mind that in the discussion about the 20-mile bend and the racetrack and the OHV park, that FDOT and the state already did a study on Southern, what was it, 5 years ago? And they, at that time, Southern is already at capacity. There's nowhere else to go. And they're looking for ways to move traffic off of Southern. But yet we have the county considering doing something that would be a regional generation of traffic on a road that is already failing. And they've increased the development units at Arden from 1,200 to 2,500. They have since approved on one of the Leonard properties, more units. The other parcel is still to come into play. There's a lot of things that are going on, and they don't even have capacity on Southern Boulevard. So I think we really need to be pushing back on that. And then the other thing is that I noticed that they have, for the Okeechobee right now on their plan, is showing that it goes, that the county, it's a county road all the way to Cheatham Hill. It is not. It is only to the bridge, which was done by an MSTU that our residents paid for. Okay, in that area specifically. In addition to that, if you look at 60th Street, the alignment, and I brought this to David Rick's attention, but it's still showing on the TPA, and it's still on all the maps that I saw that the county had. If you go over to Burgess, the M Canal and 60th Street, okay, in that section between Seminole Pratt and 140th, it is showing on the 5-year plan for the county and no, for the west there, between 140th and if you just zoom out a little bit, go further to the west and then zoom out.
Yeah.
On the TPA and on the county's 5-year plan, 60th Street is actually showing on the other side of the M Canal, north of the M Canal. I brought that to their attention. I'm just telling you guys, it's on there. I brought and they said they were going to fix it, but it is still there.
And it is concerning because these are plans and, oh, yeah, no, it's not supposed to be there. That must be a mistake. But look at the boundaries of,
Yeah, that's why.
yeah.
I hit that later.
So anyway, this is not something we need to demand that get fixed, removed, and, okay. The other thing is that, they, our so-called commissioner has been negotiating with Minto to build 60th Street. And it sounds like, I haven't heard anything from the county. I have not heard that they have brought anything to the county commission for an amendment. I don't know, maybe these agreements are allowed to be negotiated behind closed doors and the public doesn't deserve to know. But as far as I understand it, all of those things were directed by the Board of County Commissioners in the public, in the sunshine. And people expect that those things are going to be honored. But now we have a behind closed door agreement being negotiated, which in essence, what is being reported by our own esteemed county commissioner, that they're going to build that section and connect it to the east portion with no intention of improving anything east for at least the next 5 years. And I don't think that that's acceptable. I think that they should be building that as one project. And there should be no connection from the west until they improve the east, because it cannot bear it. And furthermore, every one of those connections ends up connecting to our roads. So I do think that we need to reiterate all of those things. And we've been sending letters year after year, same thing, and they ignore us. And by the way, I don't recall, were we asked, was staff asked to submit any comments, or this is the period now, I think, that you have to do it.
Yeah.
So that's my point. And I do think we need to send a letter.
Through the chair, just one comment about this whole scenario here. It's totally contradictory to the county's position on our roads.
Exactly.
So,
right.
So that's,
Yeah. But, no.
Okay. Under other governmental updates, I do have a couple of things that I want to bring up. And one is a question for staff on 120th. What are we doing with respect to the sidewalk? Remember we had the question about, I sent you the email, the sidewalk for 120th. I think he was here.
Yeah, that's a 120th north of Orange, between
That section that
Orange
doesn't-
and Hamlin, where there's limited right of way. And one of the things that we were trying to work with the county about with the one way was to say, by doing one way directions, we would be able to have enough right of way where one side could be for bicycle or pedestrian, maybe not necessarily equestrian, because we wouldn't want to take up the surface material, but put like markings across it. But we never got anywhere with the county on that. And so as far as like putting in regular sidewalk, I mean, I know we looked at it, and even Jason, I think, went out there. Or you did, yeah, and looked at the potential for it, but I'll let you.
Is this around Grapeview that we're talking about? Because we might be talking about two different ones.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you meant 120, not great.
No, it was, remember I sent you the email and there's.
Which one are we talking about?
Anyway.
Grapeview or 120th has a drainage problem on the west side of the road, and there's no room on the east side. That was that problem. Grapeview was being being held
I
up.
believe the resident's name is Antonio Ribeiro.
Yeah, the one you're then talking about is south of on Grapeview, and hold on, I'm trying to pull it up here.
I thought it was two, there's
Yeah.
no sidewalk on that
Yeah, yeah.
section at all, and we've got it everywhere else, and it's the same easement is my understanding. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
It stops here at
It-
Tangerine.
It's like we ran out of money or I don't know.
Yeah, so if you see, can you see on here? So this is Grapeview running north-south, Tangerine. It dead ends here, and I believe he was talking, if I recall from the email you're talking about, that why didn't it go further
Continue.
down? Yeah, down here because, and I don't know why they may not have done it in the past, but it's something we can certainly look at in the upcoming fiscal year under the sidewalk
Through
budget.
the chair, that was being looked at through a TPA grant or something.
Yeah,
Not
through the
TPA,
LI.
through LI
Yeah,
grant, but
that is
the-
a TPA.
the cost was so high through that mechanism that we had to drop it. It was just when you do it that way, the costs were millions of dollars. Wasn't that it, Rob?
not
Didn't you
worth
get
it.
involved in that decision?
That was great. That was
years ago, but I think that was north.
Yeah, that was up here, and that was putting a lot more. I think what the request is on this one was because the kids use that south to, why don't we continue it all the way down? I think
It
that's
is
what
a
you're
school safety issue or the kids going out walking.
that.
Some of our roads don't have, I mean, they're supposed to have at least on the one side, a paved road is supposed to have a sidewalk, but we have situations where that's not true throughout the whole district. And this is one of those that I'm gonna have to follow up again with Antonio because I'm pretty sure Antonio is 120th, but I don't think it's the same issue as what you're talking about. I think, so I'm gonna follow up on that with him.
Yeah.
I want,
No, I know this one because.
you looked up his address?
No, I didn't look up his address, but whenever you talked to me, because you
Yes, it
called
was
me about,
this.
it was
Okay.
about that, and I had pulled it up because you were on the phone. I said, no, I'm looking at it and it does dead end at Tangerine, but
Okay.
that could be something totally different.
Okay. I'll just double check on that.
Yeah.
I wanted the board to be aware it's not something that necessarily affects us, but it does indirectly because of our infrastructure. But the school district, I'm not sure if you know, but there's a committee or a board, let's just say, that's responsible for the zoning of the houses to the schools. And so it's districting. And there has been an effort well, let me just say, there were statements that were made and assertion and promises that were made when Minto was approved. And it was essentially that our kids would not be displaced. There has been an effort ever since Minto has started building to redistrict. And that is only increasing. So I'm just going to leave it at that, but be aware that I think there'll be more efforts coming up in the very near future. In addition, there is the Acreage West School, so they're going to be redistricting for that. So our constituents are going to be interested in who's going to be redistricted from our area to that. I suspect it might be west of Seminole Pratt, but we want to be kind of, if you know people that are over there, they should be following it and be a part of that conversation because it's important to our community. And then, of course, there's going to be another school built in Westlake that's a public school. So these are things that I think are important. It affects our infrastructure as well, but it's also important to our community members. And then lastly, I want to thank Rob. One of the goals when we activated Santa Rosa Groves was to get to door-to-door service for SWA. And Rob has worked with SWA, and as I understand, that's coming very soon. in the next 2 weeks. And the residents of Santa Rosa Groves will have door-to-door service. Obviously, they need to get their
Cans in place.
their cans in place and that kind of thing.
And,
So,
and the residents that don't have homes are gonna need to get dumpsters, and all the businesses will
Well,
need to get dumpsters.
there's only one house on Badoo that's an issue, and then they have to
Right.
give it to their.
Yeah.
But they were trying to say that, oh, we can't do this because Badoo's not improved.
But Sunny Urban Meadows is 100 times worse
right.
roadway.
Right.
And the same with the mail, and that's a
So-
whole nother issue. We did get mail today, which was very nice.
So good job, Rob, on continuing to push on that and
Yeah,
not
I
accept,
wish.
you know, I think it behooves us to talk about the fact that the county has an obligation. We are paying county taxes. And certainly there are things like SWA with Sunny Urban Meadows and Santa Rosa Groves. You're not paying you're paying differently to SWA. It was never based on a door-to-door service.
Yeah, but I pay almost $600 a year.
Right. So what I would urge you guys to look at, because this is something that I think is going to happen, that was the other thing about SWA. We had a meeting today and they're looking at raising the rates. And what happens is every time they raise the rates, we are disproportionately affected. And so that's something to be aware of and to be following, and you're going to be hearing residents complain about it. But unfortunately, when you start demanding more services, and one of the common complaints in our community has been people complaining about how come they can't have unlimited, put the whole street out with shrubbery and have it picked up, right? And the contract is based on a 6 cubic yard weekly, and there's no limitation on the number of times that you can put it out. You can do it weekly, but the limitation is on the amount you can put out weekly, and that's just so that they can do their collections. But apparently, we far exceed any other area, and so they always try to charge us a lot more. And it's coming up now. If you talk to other individuals that have been around for a long time, they think that we're actually subsidizing the rest of the county. So that's going on. There was a meeting today. I didn't attend it, but they were discussing that today. So for everybody to be aware. And then I think that's the last thing that I have.
Okay.
This isn't going, I just want to ask a question. I get it. To me, it is partially it affects us. Does anybody know what's being built on 140th and Hamlin?
So I
Yeah,
looked that up.
Yeah.
It looks like a compound.
Yeah.
They've got it's actually residential, and they've got a guest house that's a 2-bedroom guest house, and then an additional accessory building. But I actually sent that one to Jay too. But what's surprising is that it doesn't look like it meets the setbacks. And it also is covering, and by the looks of it, will cover way more than, and that's the other thing I wanted to bring up. The water, I've got WCP here and I'm trying to, so our water control plans, I brought this up earlier, are based on having a certain amount of water, like not every square inch of your property is meant to drain off. And the more that the county, and I think it was based on a certain percentage of your property being built on, right? So do you want to talk about this?
The original water management calculations, which is what the water control plan assumed, was, I believe it was 3,500 square feet for including the house and the septic tank. And I think there was an additional amount for a driveway. Other than that, it assumed the ground would stay at natural grade. Obviously, that's a problem when instead of getting a 15%, what's 35? So say 4,000 square feet out of an acre and a quarter is 10%. When you get these trailers, these places that house your RV, and 2 of them, and then you have an accessory building, you're up around 30–40% of your lot. It was never meant to be that way. So
When you. Warehouse. And
Yeah.
Another part looks like almost like a cabana or like a.
Well, I think
house.
getting into the details is probably not a good idea, but I think that I think where you're going with it is valid. So that's why I want to get this on the record. So the 3,500 square feet that was in the water control plan, and I know I'm not holding you to the exact number, but, and you said that includes the septic. So if your septic is 100 square feet, that's part of that 3,500 square feet.
yeah, what I said, it was in the water management permit. The water
Right.
control plan didn't specifically cover lot coverage. But the water control plan that was submitted to a water management district had those assumptions in it without it specifically being stated. So what happens is your roads and your houses end up being not built to the design storm that they should be designed to. Now,
So-
most of your houses are built up higher than the design storm because septic tanks end up pushing the finished floor up.
So the reason why I'm bringing this up, besides what you just brought up, but I wanted to bring to the attention of the board that we charge everybody the same based on those assumptions that are in our water control plan. The only exception is with respect to commercial properties, then we require the equal compensating storage, but they're still paying the same as us. So, but what's happening is that more and more we have people that are building 5,000 square foot houses plus a 2,500 square foot building, and then this and then that. And next thing you know, 50-70% of their property is concreted over. And as a result, we have a more demand on drainage in the sense that every inch of that water has to go somewhere else. And it's going on somebody else's property, or it's going into our road, or it's going into the swale. It's increasing the burden on our infrastructure. And it was never accounted for. So what we have talked about in the past as staff was that there has to be a way for us to address this, because our water control plan says this. And when somebody is not doing that, is it fair that you and I, who are abiding by what the water control plan says, are paying the same amount as somebody else who's having a greater burden? And so the other thing is that we've tried working with the county in terms of some of their requirements, their building requirements, the berming, but it's not working. And furthermore, and Burgess was talking about this earlier, the bigger problem is that once they get their CO for their house, their original contract, I think we had somebody here one time that was telling us, the contract is like, they're required to put, according to building code, 10 feet of sod surrounding the property, the building.
Yep.
And then, but they don't have to sod the whole property.
Right.
And ultimately what happens is that you have the builders, they're doing that. And then they're gone, they get their CO, and then Mr. Landowner, who brings in dirt when there's already been a drainage plan that everything was permitted on. So now they're changing what it was approved for. And that has a detrimental impact. And we have to figure out a way that I believe, because the thing has always been, well, that's the county. The county's responsible for the building lot, but we're responsible for drainage. And I want to direct the attorneys and the engineer and staff to look into this, that I do think that we have authority with respect to this because we're responsible for the water control plans. And at a bare minimum, I think we need to look at how to address this in a different way to create, to address those who are creating a bigger burden on our system. Does that make sense? I know you know, because we've talked about this.
If I may, the county I've been working with the county for years now to try to establish such criteria, and what they've come up with does not meet what you're saying. I did send them what I would establish as a stage storage requirement, so that would have been taken care of about 6 to 8 months ago. The county has not moved forward with that suggestion. Wellington does exactly what you're saying, but they are a city.
Well, can we bring this to the board for the board to be on the same page and understand exactly, because again, it ties into our water control plans. And in a bare minimum, it puts a burden on us in the sense that if we don't have sufficient drainage capacity, we have to be looking at other ways of addressing that. So if it's not in our water control plan, how are we dealing with it?
I can bring to you what the solution is.
Okay.
That doesn't mean the county or institutionally it would be adopted, so, but we will have to look into that.
Okay. But we're responsible for the drainage in our district.
We lose ground every day.
Okay. But again, we were created as a water control district to provide the drainage to the residents in this area. It is our primary responsibility to the landowners.
Without revealing any names, I had a conversation this week with a resident that claims they have the right to bring in as much fill as they want.
Well, there is that opinion about that. I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking about is that we're responsible for the water control plan, the drainage.
I understand.
Okay.
We have a technical solution. The legal and institutional ability to institute it. And by the way, the cat or the horse is out of the barn, be a better way to say it here. Almost all of our properties are developed.
It's
but
not- it's not.
more properties are getting accessory buildings, et cetera.
That's,
So although most properties are developed, we will even have more impacts as time goes on. I know what the solution is. It's just how do we get the county to adopt it, or we don't have codes and ordinance or code
well,
enforcement.
we can require permits. This is where I'm kind of going with this. We can require permits, but I think we can also reevaluate our district. There was a study that was done by, was it Gateway? They did an evaluation. They had their, their structure was, let's say it was similar to ours. And they hired someone to come in and actually evaluate the whole thing. And they restructured it so that they could actually address some of these things. I think there's a number of ways that we can go at this, and not only a number of ways, but some of those things can go in conjunction with the other. So for example, how we assess them, but also requiring permits for additional things if they're going above it, right? So if you're going to build additional, beyond that 10%, now you have to have a permit to do that from Indian Trail. And the county needs to back us on that because they're going beyond what the drainage is based on, right? But then also we can assess them that different fee as a result of increasing the square footage that's covered. You get me?
I can establish the technical criteria to achieve that.
Okay,
Because it would be impervious versus pervious.
right.
It's the amount of fill, the compensating. Technically, it can be solved or regulated. The question becomes, how do we get Palm Beach County, or how do we get the authority to do it? How do we get Palm Beach County to agree to it? So
Well,
we'll have to work on that.
We permit the culvert, right?
We permit driveways. We currently don't have any say so on the building.
But they're required to have the culvert as per our designs, and we have to CO that.
For the
So
culvert,
it
that's
ties
correct.
it ties in with the rest of the building on the property before we CO it. Our own driveway permit, and
We
it
don't
could be a
review,
driveway and drainage
we don't review any of the on-site work currently.
currently.
Currently, that's true.
Thank you. Well, can we bring that back to the board for like a more in-depth discussion and presentation? Because I think that I'd like to see the rest of the board members understand and provide their input on it, right? Because they don't have that right now to go on.
If the board would like, because Ms. McIntosh and I've already had discussions with Mr. Foy and with Ms. Viator and Mr. Palin. But as part of that, I think we bring back the unit consolidation, and that's where we talk about the revenue or the assessments, at least from, so we can start that, because that's gonna tie into the water control plan. It has to. So,
But that's not really looking at the drainage piece of it, which is where I'm going.
yeah, I know, but that's gonna be your potential funding mechanism to pay for some of that regulatory permit oversight.
Right.
But
Okay.
the engineer's report, which is part of the water control plan, establishes the method of assessment. We'd have to change that method of assessment. So that's what Mr. Hanson is talking to you about.
Oh, I understand what he's talking about.
Okay.
Probably heard it.
Okay.
Times, and yeah,
Right,
yeah, we've had meetings in the past 5 years. So.
right.
All right, so on to the consent agenda.
Motion to approve.
Hold on before you do anything. I have got to recuse myself from 10.14. I've already signed the document that will be filed, along with the minutes. So when I make my vote, I am not voting on 10.14 because it's a direct benefit to my nonprofit. So with that being said, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, all in
Oh,
favor?
just, did you have the date corrected? Because it still shows
Yeah.
February 11th.
No,
on
that's,
here.
yeah, you fix that. Yeah.
And
And the name, yeah.
And I did, well. I'm wondering why we're doing north. And I had a discussion with Burgess about this, so I don't know if he talked with you about it, but,
That's what I did last year. I did it at North and it worked out perfectly because I can't do it at South,
but on the 8th is a Saturday.
which is what I did last year, this year also. And there was no game.
You did it in the north side this year?
It was a combination, it was both.
Yeah.
North and south.
So we brought the trail, so the event itself was in the north side and the pavilion. And then the course, we included the south side because it was just people running along. There
Okay.
was no activity there.
I thought that the reason why it was in the north side was because of the situation on the
It is,
south. And
it
we have
is.
sufficient time to put in a permit is where I was going with this. To address
Yeah,
that.
but I can't risk them not giving the permit and create this
No.
whole tremendous race. So no, because if they deny the permit, then what do I do?
No, I'm not saying that we're not approving this based on that. What I'm saying is that we approve the event, but that we look at the south side, because
It
if
doesn't-
that's the issue.
Yeah, but it didn't work as well for the course because they had to go around 3 times to keep it contained in the south side. And by including the north end, we were able to do just the 2 laps around instead of 3. So it was better for the runners.
So you're still using the south side?
Only the trail along the edge is where they're
The horse
running.
trail.
There's no other activity other than the people walking or running along that. All the activity is at the pavilion at the north end.
And that's not part of the
I'm gonna-
FCT?
No,
I have it.
Anyway, I just thought that the reason why you were having it on the north side was because,
that's how it started
Okay.
this past year because of that
Right.
issue on the south side.
right,
But it ended up that the people liked the course better that way, going through the entire park.
okay.
So,
And this is not going to conflict with the Acreage Athletic League? Because I did ask, and they said they would work around.
yes.
The
But they
course
didn't
is,
know.
the course is on the computer if you guys want to see it.
Yeah, I think I did see this last year, actually. Okay, all right, so who made the motion? Or I made it?
Patty, Keith second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so I 5-0 except for 10.14, which is 4-0. Does that make sense? Okay, good. All right, any staff presentation?
Yeah, just quickly, and I'll try to go through it as fast as possible. So we were talking earlier about obstructions, things like that. We are seeing an uptick in the number of people that are beginning to build or plant trees on the canal tops. And I'll put together some information in conjunction with legal to send to you. Because somebody along Royal Palm Boulevard, and I forget the address off the top of my head, but they put in a really nice fence. They put in these really nice palm trees. We warned them about not doing that, and they still did it. And now it's escalating where they're involving attorneys and saying it's their private property, even though the surveys. So without getting into it, I'll send it to you and then we can converse through legal, but you're probably gonna start seeing more and more of this because we have people moving in from other areas, you know.
They don't
even of the country
understand.
You
that
got,
think
you
they
got
can
that house
do
on
it.
Royal Palm Beach Boulevard and Orange Grove that put that metal fence along the canal, and now I notice he blacktopped all in front of this canal.
Yeah, they're doing all of that, and what's gonna happen is, you know, we get a major storm and we need to access that canal, I mean, you guys already know, it's gonna be a real problem. So I just want you to be aware that you're probably gonna start seeing an uptick in people showing up here trying to argue that it's their private property and they can do whatever they want there, so, cause we can't, we need to be ahead of this, or else we're gonna have real problems. So I don't know, Mr. Palin, you wanna add anything to it, or?
No, we're having conversations about this.
Yeah. Or Mary, I keep forgetting inspired towards.
No, I'm fine.
Yep. So, so we have that, and then, just quickly, I don't know if Mr. Boyer, Mr. Robinson, you guys were doing the geotech work out on 640, or so we just want to give a quick update on that.
I was gonna put on my report because I wanted to talk about the radiant as well.
Okay, well. Yeah, all right, well, I'll come back to you, and then just quickly, I don't think we have the time tonight. To get into it, but perhaps on the next agenda, we need to talk about Temple Park and courts. I know a couple of you
Yes.
have talked to me, Miss Argue, Miss Akimundo, I believe, someone else spoke to me. But in order for us to do anything there, you're talking about a $350,000 to $500,000 potential. It's not a repair, it's a complete replacement. So, so anyway, I just wanted to bring that up, that we'll try to bring something back in September. Cause it's not in good shape. And there's no way to just repair it, right?
To the chair.
Yeah.
I have a procedural question. Mary, I don't know if you're paying attention, but so we made a motion. We're on just the 10.14. We made a motion.
Made a motion
No,
for all, but just.
Only
with her-
I didn't vote on that, and I went through this with Mary to make sure
No,
we didn't have to pull it. So
But
we
you can't-
approved.
So you can't, you're recusing yourself from 10.14.
Right,
If we do a whole consent agenda,
that's, I confirmed it
From-
with Mary twice.
okay,
so-
Mary, because then you're actually abstaining from voting on all those other items.
It passed either way. So.
It doesn't matter. It's about the matter of record because
Right,
you can't
according to
abstain.
Mary, that was how I was
Right.
supposed to do it. I asked him several times.
She's on.
The recommendation was go ahead and approve the consent agenda. And with the exception of, Miss Arcamando abstaining with regards to 10.14. We've done that in the past.
But so the record
Did she
needs
pass-
to show that she has voted on all the other consent agenda items.
Right, that's why I
Except
gave
for-
two.
Okay. I concur
Right,
with
okay.
that.
But you said 4-0. And so I just wanted to clarify that,
No, I said 5-0 for everything but 10-14,
Okay.
which is 4-0.
All right, I didn't hear you
Yeah.
say
No,
that
that's
part. I
okay.
just heard you say.
Yeah, no, I said
4-0.
5-0 for the
Okay.
first part.
All
Yep.
right, thank you.
You got that right, Gina?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Sorry. I just heard the 4-0, so.
And then, we did submit for the NHEP grant, for reimbursement, so. And, trying to think, so I'll let Mr. Robinson talk about the 640 and then maybe a quick update on 89 on a paving project. And then we did start on 130th Trail, which is on the west side of the M1 canal between Persimmon and Orange Grove for the pilot on that millions.
So on 89th, yeah, we're trucking along on that. We tweaked the design a little bit to get everything to work right without having to reinvent the whole wheel. We gotta fit the sidewalk up on one side, which goes from Hamlin all the way back to the entrance to parking for the horse trailers at the backside of Ornstein. We started the borings today doing the geotechnical at a 640 acre, the M1 impound expansion. They should be wrapped up by Tuesday. Thank you for the kudos on SRG, but some of the residents spearheaded that. I just met with everybody and let them know that yes, we're actively grading on a routine plan 4 out of the 3 miles of roads that are out there now.
You read it across the finish line, so thank you for taking the time to do that.
One my phone out there. And then the contractor that we have selected, you have approved to do the section of 140th Tangerine and 61st out here is the same one that is working on 60th and 180th. Nobody has applied for a driveway permit along 180th. I have seen myself, there is a vacant lot with a driveway that goes all the way back to 163rd. They have 2 electronic gates on either side. Everybody uses it in the morning, drop the kids off from school, and they come back.
Where is that?
On 180th.
I'm trying.
You said 163rd,
Yeah,
so.
I'm sorry.
63rd.
So they go back and forth
Okay.
in that lot, and I had it just pulled up a second ago.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up now.
So that lot, yeah, it's 181 Farm North LLC. They're out of Cary, North Carolina. Everybody has a gate code, it looks like, and are connecting to 180th. Paving is expected to start within 3 weeks if we do not get permits from those residents. We're gonna have to put up a type of barrier to protect the works because they're gonna be tearing up the sidewalk, and it's not just a paving, they have to finish grade it as well before they can put the pavement on top. So they're gonna be paving the sidewalk first and then cross over the pavement. So we're gonna have to move forward with some type of barricades on those as well because it's gonna be a mess.
Are you looking for direction on that or what? Did we already give direction on that? In terms of, I thought we.
Yeah, I mean, we gave them the ability, but nobody has applied, so I think what Mr. Robinson's just saying is.
Time is running out.
The time is running out.
Is that gate that they put in there like a new thing that they added?
That's been in there since we started construction.
Hmm.
There is there's 2 gates. There's one that's on 180th and one on, I'm sorry, 181st. Minivans, pickup trucks, you name it, sedans going back and forth. I've got pictures of cars going in and out of it. They drop the kids off, come back. And also we have growers farms that uses that, and I didn't hear them say it, but one of the grader operator, they were working out there. When the initial plan came through for the driveway permits, it was said that if anything, they block it, I'm gonna rip it out. So I didn't hear that at second hand, I'm not sure to repeat it, but that's what we're up against over there. Project's going well. Everyone seems to love what we're doing. But the bird's gonna fly when we start to wave 180. They also use the second lot from the north as kids come up there, park their golf carts, dirt bikes and four-wheelers in there and go to the middle school.
Wow. This school.
So. Stay tuned. That's all. Everything is doing right.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Your hard work. All right, supervisor business. Pete? You did?
Thanks, everybody, for being here.
Ditto.
Oh, you
I'm
got
sorry.
something else?
Yeah,
I'm
because
sorry.
it's not really clear on here, because I know it's usually under reports, but probably, Ms. Viator, I don't know if you want to do it now.
Well, sure, I can do it under the attorney's report, Mr.
Yeah.
Burgess.
Well, it's
Okay.
10, well, it's 10 to 11, so I was trying to make
I
sure we
know.
got it.
I know.
Yeah.
Good. I'd be happy to pick up on that under the district attorney's report. The report certainly has been filed. We are going to ask that the board consider an attorney-client meeting with regards to matters relating to the Minto litigation. So we would want to publicly announce that for the record.
We haven't got a date set yet.
No, we need to set the date
No.
now.
Yeah, we'll need to coordinate with Mr. Lebedecker. and Mr.
Okay,
Pepin.
and then you'll, okay,
Yep.
good.
And remember that is a meeting where in order to have it, you have to have a physical quorum and nobody can call in or Zoom.
Right.
So.
Correct. Thank you.
All right, I don't have anything to say, under supervisor's business. I'll make a motion to receive and file the reports.
Second.
13.1 to 13.8, sorry.
That's
If I may, one item, we did go out to advertise for bid for the M2 bypass. So that will be coming to you in a couple of months when we
Great.
get bids and we can get that one moving too.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I do have one other thing.
Okay.
I think I brought this up a couple of months ago, but Cheatham Hill is like deteriorating rapidly. I don't know what's going on, but I don't know if it's I don't know. Have you been over there?
Yeah, the east side from Okeechobee up to. Probably all the way to.
All over the
Sycamore.
Sycamore.
Yeah,
It's just bad.
especially in the south. and that
It's
side.
starting to look like 140 is.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we need to figure out what we're doing. It's really bad and when it rains, the water sits in the,
And it sinks it
and then
more.
there's more cracks and I think I don't know, it just seems like it's gotten worse even in the past month. Like. I don't know what we can do, but.
Yeah, our new rental paving box and we'll see how they do the intermediate and that's gonna be the test for. Bigger things to come.
We're doing that on
8,
9.
Yeah.
Are we doing?
What I said, 98.
You said 180.
180.
Are we?
Oh, sorry.
Almost 11. We'll forgive you.
We're bidding that out.
That
180.
Mr. Foy, 180.
That's
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Yeah.
Because,
That's not ready for bid yet. It's being designed right there.
okay,
There's 2 roads left, that one and Tangerine from 180th to Mandarin.
okay.
Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second to receive and file 13.1 through 13.8. All in favor?
Aye.
See that it passes 4-0. Aye. Okay, aye. All right.
What did I agree?
We don't need a motion to adjourn. Do we have a motion to adjourn? No. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Good night,
Thank you.